David, if you could hear me, please come to the executive session.
Give me a minute, Jose. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Jose?
You're in the public session, David. Please go to the executive session.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you.
Good morning. We're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2-571-HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code, Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn. Ms. Quinn, I can't hear you. Ms. Quinn is there. You need to unmute yourself, ma'am. Ms. Quinn is here. Mr. David Meadows.
Good morning. Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 10 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case today is case number 25 PRO 00082, Sete Oasis, license number 129034. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Jeff Jackson, your access has been elevated. Adam Kadir, access elevated. And that appears to be all term.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kadir, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
It says connecting to video services. It's loading.
Okay. All right. Mr. Jackson, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Chairman. Jeff, Jeff, Jackson, Jackson.
And who do you represent, Mr. Jackson?
Applicant, sir.
Thank you. And who's the applicant, sir?
Sete Oasis, owned by Melissa Swaby.
Good Lord. Thank you. Mr. Kadir, can you please spell and state your name for the record, and who do you represent, sir?
Adam Kadir, first name Adam, last name Kadir. I represent the petitioners.
So, Mr. Jackson, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, sir, we have mediation scheduled for tomorrow, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kadir, any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
No, sir.
This matter, if it's not settled, is scheduled for a protest hearing on October 29th at 1:30 p.m. Are the parties familiar with the protest hearing status, or do you need me to read the instructions?
I'm familiar, sir.
Mr. Kadir?
Could you summarize the instructions, please?
Well, I'll go through all the instructions, okay. All right, and now that this matter's been scheduled for hearing on October 25th at 1:30.
Sorry, isn't it October 29th or is it?
I'm sorry, I apologize, October 29th,
Okay, thank you.
1:30 p.m. There are a few things that I need to instruct the applicant and the protestants about so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that have been protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to this case. You should have received by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office following this hearing. It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the date of the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABCA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application or your protest, whichever side you're representing, may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of your exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. As you're all aware, all hearings are now conducted virtually. You will have 90 minutes to present your case, and you'll only be allowed to call 5 witnesses. Any questions by anyone?
You said 90
sir.
minutes to present our case?
Yes, sir, 90 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And so that's 90 minutes total, up to 5 witnesses. So
Yes.
we can split the time as we choose.
You can, in the sense that, how the hearing goes, it is that the board will present its witness first, which is the board's agent. And once the board has presented its case, then the licensee, the applicant, will present its case and call its witnesses. After the applicant has called put its case forth, then you will have an opportunity to present your case, and that's when you can call your 5 witnesses, and then you'll have 90 minutes to present your case there.
Thank you. And am I counted as a witness, or am I not one of the 5?
If you are a witness, sir, you are one of the 5.
Okay, thank you. My only other question is regarding the PIP form and the exhibit form. I haven't received any information about those, where I'm supposed to find them. Is that going to be sent to me after this meeting?
What I said, sir, if you did not receive them, where did you get notice for this hearing today, sir?
An email from Ms. Goodwin.
All right, then reach out to her and let
Okay.
her know that you did not receive those documents.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I think that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, well, good luck with your mediation tomorrow. If this matter is not settled, I will see you then on October 29th at 1:30.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Take care. All right, thanks. The next case on the calendar is case number 25 PRO 00080, Proper Exotic, license number 128697. Ms. Doriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Meredith Kenner, your access has been elevated. We have a couple call-in users that may be related to this case. I'm gonna elevate just to see.
Okay, please. And the only person that we're actually looking for is the ANC. So whoever is there, we're only looking for the ANC for this establishment.
Hi, sir. Mike Velasquez, ANC 6A. Can you hear me?
And this is ANC 6A. Okay, that's fine. All right. Okay, so Miss sir, can you mute your line, sir? I don't know. It appears you're in a public place. I can hear all the noise in the background, so I need you to mute your line. And is the caller, are you still here?
Yes, sir. And I did mute myself.
Yeah, okay. Because I can hear all the noise in the background because you're not in it appears that you're in a public place, so I can hear all the noise in the background, sir. All right. So, Ms. Kenner, can you please identify, spell and state your name for the record, please, and who do you represent?
Good morning. Meredith Kenner on behalf of the applicant, MEredithKinner.
And the ANC, sir, I forget I didn't get your name. Can you please spell and state your name for the record by identifying yourself, sir?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Mike, M-I-K-E, Velasquez, V like Victor, E-L-A-S-Q-U-E-Z, representing ANC 6A.
Good morning, sir. All right, Ms. Kenner, are there any preliminary matters that you wanted to bring to the board?
Yes, and I don't know it would be appropriate to address this now. We do have a mediation scheduled for Friday, but I believe that the protests and all of the protests in this instance merely cite vehicular and pedestrian safety as the grounds for their protest without providing any additional information about specific issues, matters, or incidents that support those grounds. And so if it's appropriate to move now, we would move to dismiss the protest based on that.
Well, I know the roll call here in the the daycare was dismissed, and I think, let's see who else was left.
I believe it's just the two ANCs and Mr. Andre Byers, who's the abutting property owner.
Well, I think the abutting property owner was dismissed at the roll call, and so just leaving the ANC. I would ask that you hold on.
So my understanding is that the across the street was dismissed and that Mr. Byers
Right.
is still an active protestant.
No. It's my understanding that the only protestant, I'm sorry, who's the person who just identified themselves? Is that Mr. Byers?
ANC 6A.
No, I apologize. Give me your name again, sir.
Mike Velasquez.
Yeah, so it's the only active protestants in this case are is ANC 6A. The other protestants were dismissed.
Okay.
We're going to issue a board order. Ms. Kenner, if you believe that the ANC did not meet the standard for a protest, you can file a motion, and
Okay.
you can file a motion, and we will review it. We'll give the ANC an opportunity to respond, and then we'll make a decision once that is done. Okay.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
All right. This matter, if it's not settled, we'll have a protest hearing on October 8th at 1:30 p.m. Any questions?
No, Chairman.
No, sir.
Do I need to review the instructions, or are the parties familiar with the instructions for protest hearing?
No need for the applicant.
No, sir. You don't need to review the instructions. Like the previous case, we didn't receive anything from ABC, and we'll be contacting legal. But I would like to note for the record, and has nothing to do with merits of this case right now, that we've been having numerous issues getting proper service from ABCA. And I just want that for the record. Somebody needs to address that, and I'm hoping that this board can look into that. I'd be happy to correspond separately. It's outside the merits of this particular case, but it has affected our ability to participate in this case, and I'm sure others are affected too. Thank you.
Let me see something. I know that you're, hold on. What I would ask that you do, sir, send an email to our director, Mr. Fred Musali, and put whatever the concern that you have in writing. Just send it to the attention of the director, and that can he will respond to your query. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. And before, I just want to make sure that before I conclude this case, it's in reviewing the notes that were given to me that the ANC was the only, I thought was the only protestant, but I need to make sure.
My understanding was ANC 6A was also granted standing as the adjacent ANC per DC law.
Is there is ANC 6A on the call?
That would be ANC 6C, sir, and I don't think he's on the call right now. Well, I'm not sure. I don't see him on the screen. I'll leave it at that.
All right, ANC 6B. All right.
6C, Charlie.
You said 6C?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't see ANC 6C as in Charlie, if so, since ANC 6C as in, let me make sure that I'm looking to see that, but this, two ANCs were granted standing, so I guess it's 6A and 6C, if I'm reading my notes correctly. ANC 6C did not appear at this hearing today, and it is mandatory if it is mandatory that the parties that they have to appear in order for them to maintain standing. It is mandatory for the parties to appear at the roll call and also at the protest status hearing, which this is. Since let me hold on a minute, guys. I'm trying to, all right. Ms. Kenner, when you guys had the second roll call hearing, who was at that hearing?
So Ms. Krichkow, who is was there as the representative for the condo. It is directly across the street, but she was there as a representative of the entire condo board. So she was the only person at that second roll call that we had.
All right. Okay. So, all right. So the abutting property owner who was, all right, is is she here today? Is she, can we,
There's one
She's-
call-in user that I can elevate.
yeah, please elevate, let me find out who that is.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Velasquez here. I'll just note that the notice from Ms. Goodwin on the hearing for today went out for Ms. Kinner and to me at ANC 6C, but ANC 6A. But ANC 6C was not noticed in that notice, so it's possible that's why they're not here. And that might be
is-
an error on the part of that company.
That is correct, what Mr. Velasquez just said.
All right,
I don't believe Mr. Byers, I believe Mr. Byers, the adjacent property owner, was granted standing and he was also not on that notice. But the directly across the street was not granted standing. Ms. Critchko.
all right.
And that's an example of the type of concerns that I have, which I'll pick up with Mr. Musali for your recommendation, sir.
All right, thank you. All right. I'm not going to dismiss then with that representation. I'm not going to dismiss ANC 6C, and neither will I dismiss the abutting property owner who is not on the abutting property owner who are not here today. I'm going to ask our legal office to get some clarification from those two individuals why they were not here today. If notice was provided to them and they failed to appear, then they will be dismissed. If notice was not provided to them, and if that was the reason why they failed to appear today, then they will remain parties in this litigation. Okay? So, and we will, I know we're going to send an order out regarding the dismissed parties, but we will address those issues also in the order that goes out. Okay. I want to thank both parties for bringing that clarification to the attention of the board. And Mr. Velasquez, I please reach out to our director and you can point out to him the deficiencies that you are aware of, and he will address those deficiencies. Okay. All right.
I'm sorry,
If
sir. My
any-
audio just went out, and let me try and get it back. I apologize.
No, I stated that. Are you still there? And that's one of the reasons why I always require the folks to be on camera, so I will know whether or not they're here or not. But
I'm sorry, sir. My audio went out. I couldn't hear you, and I'm back now. I apologize.
all right, as I stated, Mr. Velasquez, you can send an email to our director to address the deficiencies that you mentioned today. And as I stated earlier, I'm not going to dismiss the abutting property owner, and neither will I dismiss ANC 6C because I'm not sure if proper notice was provided to them regarding this hearing. If notice was not provided to them regarding this hearing today, if notice was not provided to them regarding this hearing, they will remain parties to this litigation. If notice was provided to them and they fail to appear, then they will be dismissed from this litigation based on their failure to appear. But all of these issues will be addressed in the board order that the board will draft dismissing the other two parties. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I'd also like to acknowledge Ms. Kinner for her cooperation in this.
All right, and I'm glad to hear that, and thank you for your representation. And since you have mediation scheduled for Friday, who knows? Maybe this matter can be settled. But anyway, good luck with your mediation. And if this matter is not settled, then I will see you at the hearing. Okay? Thank you very much then.
Thank you. Great day.
Have a great day. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00077 DC Garden Hill, license number 128404. Mr. Orena, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Mark Lumpkins, access elevated, and Daryl Repertoire, access elevated. There's our term.
Thank you.
Yes, hello, Mark Lumpkins here.
Hold on a minute, please. Do you have a camera you can turn on, sir? Can the parties, if you have a camera, can you please come on camera?
Yeah, one moment.
Thank you.
Maybe go up there. Carol, go to that.
Well, we're unable to turn on the camera.
All right, okay, that's fine. If this matter, however, goes to a hearing, I'm asking that the parties ensure that since our hearings are virtual, I'm hoping that the parties are able to go on camera so I can see who it is that's been. All right, who is the licensee, the applicant in this case?
All right, I'm here.
Who are you the applicant, sir? Oh, yes, you're missing. Yes.
Yes, sir.
I remember you. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
My name is Mark Lumpkins. That's Mark, M-A-R-K, Lumpkins, L-U-M-P-K-I-N-S.
All right, good morning, sir. And the protestant, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Daryl Ripito and my wife Judy Ripito. We're both here. We live next door.
Can you please spell your name for the record?
Daryl is D-A-R-R-E-L. Ripito is R-I-P-P-E-T-E-A-U.
And my name is Judith Ripito, Judith-Rippeteau.
In the past, we've been able to do the video.
All right, yes, sir, and I do recall seeing you on video before, so we'll figure out if this matter goes to a hearing. I'm hoping that you'll be able to figure it out to get on camera. Okay.
Is it one of the devices, sir, at the bottom? Is it start video or?
Yes, start video.
Yeah.
Integrate?
It's, do it again.
Video settings.
All right, well, I mean, it's not mandatory. I mean, it's not mandatory for you to be on camera today, but I'm just saying if this matter goes to a protest hearing, then we'll try to see what assistance our IT specialist can do.
I messaged you directly, just in case if you have any issues, let me know.
I see a picture of us on our own TV screen, on our own computer, but I do not see that you see it.
No, we're unable to see you, sir. Yeah.
We've clicked on show with others and okay, camera. It's showing that we're on it, but it's.
All right. I'm waiting a little bit because I'm still waiting to get there. All right.
Sorry for this delay.
Okay, that's fine. No, it's not your delay, sir. All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case, Mr. Lumpkins? Are there preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
I don't see.
Yes, sir. If I will. So I appreciate you taking the time this morning.
Mr. Lumpkins,
I'm sorry.
Hold on 1 minute, please. This is just if you're having any preliminary issues. So this is not, you don't need to.
Go ahead.
But hold on. I'm trying to say to you the difference between this hearing and other hearings that I've had with you. So basically, you have applied, you have applied for a license, and the Ripitos have protested it. And so you're going to go through the process in a sense that you're going to go through the process to have a protest hearing. And so what this process is just a status. I don't take arguments. So if you have like any specific problems in getting in contact or something is going wrong, that's what I asked for here, but not for explanation for you to explain to me what is going on with the licenses. Just that, do you have like any procedural type of problems in moving through this process? So that's what this purpose of this hearing is for, sir.
Yeah, and I completely understand. I was just gonna, just ask you for a motion to dismiss this case. That's all. Dismiss this protest.
All right, and so if you want to dismiss the protest, then you have to do something in writing. You have to file something in writing to tell us why is it that the Ripitos, as a budding property owner, that they have not provided the board with the appropriateness standard to protest your license application. So I would ask you could put something in writing, send it to us, send it to the Ripitos, and we will review it, and then the board will make a determination on your motion.
Sure.
Okay? Because I think that you can make the motion, but then they will have an opportunity. They're going to need an opportunity to respond. And so if they had made the motion to dismiss your application, it's the same standard. I would ask that they provide it in writing. So by providing the writing, you'll provide a copy to the board, you provide a copy to the Ripitos, and the board will give them an opportunity to respond in writing to your motion. And if they don't respond, or whatever response is given, then we will review and make a determination whether or not we're going to grant your motion or deny your motion.
Understood.
All right. Mr. and Mrs. Ripito, do you have any procedural questions that you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Yes, sir. We understood that this was a meeting a status hearing meeting today.
Yes.
And that we have the right to appear on Wednesday, October 1st at 1:30 to formally protest.
All right, fine. You're going to have the protest hearing. So the protest hearing is scheduled for October 1st. Have you guys had the mediation as yet?
Yes.
We did, yes.
And it was not successful.
It was not, I guess. I mean,
well, meaning that the parties didn't agree.
Right. That's correct.
Well, I'm gonna say this, Mr. Anderson. I'm gonna say this, that Mrs. Fletcher said that this matter is not with ABCA.
All right, so I have not. I don't know what the issue is, and so but Ms. Fletcher did not dismiss them as a protest. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so I don't know what the issues that have been raised by the Ripitos, and I don't know whether or not it is a protestable issue. So what I would ask for you to do, sir, is that you can raise that in writing to us.
Sure.
You can raise that in writing to us if you know what the issue is, and you can stay. Yes, I can now see you both.
Thank you.
So you can.
Amazing technological leap by us. Amazing.
All right, that's fine. So you can. So Mr. Lumpkin, so you can put that in. You can put that in writing, and we can the board. Yeah. As I stated before, as I stated, file your motion, and we will address it in writing, and the board will make a determination whether or not we're going to dismiss the protest. I don't know my assumption is that because we are here today, that as abutting property owners, the agency granted them stand-in for us to move forward. And so I guess at the hearing, that's when I will know what the issues are. And you, sir, can also, even if the board, say for example, if you write and issue a motion, if you draft a motion and ask us to dismiss it, and even if the board denies it, you can still raise that motion at the hearing. You can renew the motion at the hearing once the testimony has been presented, okay? Because
So one more question. So even at the status hearing, I can't ask for a motion to be for the case for this protest to be dismissed.
You're raising the motion, but I'm asking you, sir, to put it in writing.
Sure.
Because I don't. You can raise the motion, and I think you're going to raise some legal issues, and I'm not in a position to address the legal issues you're going to raise in your motion. So that's why I'm saying that I need you to write it in. So yes, you have raised a motion, but I'm asking you to put it in writing. So therefore, we can do the proper research to respond with the legal reasoning, whether or not we agree or disagree with your motion. So that's what I'm saying. So I'm not denying your request. I'm just saying, please put it in writing.
Okay.
All right. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Ripito, you have any procedural matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Yes, sir. We'd just like to confirm, we understand that we need to prepare a form that lists our
The
protest.
witnesses and the documents you're going to rely upon and the witnesses you're going to rely upon. And you need to provide that document to ABCA Legal and to Mr. Lumpkins 7 days before the date of the hearing.
7 days before, and we'll get that via Ms. Fletcher.
Not from Ms. Fletcher. You got an email. Did you receive an email from Ms. Goodwin to tell you about the hearing today?
Yes.
I reach out to Ms. Goodwin and tell Ms. Goodwin, ask her to provide you a copy of the PIP.
Thank you, sir.
So, and Mr. Lumpkins, that's the same for you too. 7 days before the hearing, you are required to provide us a copy. You have to do a PIP. Okay, sir. So that document must list if you're going to call any other witnesses besides yourself, if you're going to rely on documents and witnesses, those documents and witnesses must be disclosed 7 days before the hearing through the form of the PIP. You can call Miss Goodwin, who provided you information about this hearing today, and ask her to provide you with that document. For both parties, if you don't know how to do the document, you can reach out to our office. Our office will provide you the guidance how to file these documents. I don't want when we have this hearing for either party to say that I did not know what to do because no one told me. So I'm letting you know, if you don't know how to do it, reach out to our legal office and we will provide you with the guidance how to complete these documents. And you have to ensure that these documents are provided to the opposing party and to ABCA Legal 7 days before the hearing.
Sir, is that calendar days?
7 calendar days before the hearing.
Okay, and who would?
So this hearing is scheduled for October 1st at 1:30. So which is Wednesday. Let's see, Wednesday, October 1st. So it must be provided by September 24th, which is 7 days before.
And this is in addition to the motion document, right?
The motion is separate and apart, sir.
Right. All right.
So the motion, you can do the motion tomorrow, or you could do your PIP tomorrow too. But I'm just saying though, this document, if you don't, you can reach out to our legal office who provided you guidance and instructions how to do for this hearing today. Have them provide you the PIP document, and this document it must be provided to us 7 days prior to the hearing. Okay.
Understood.
And when we have the hearing, Each side, you'll have 90 minutes to present your case, and you can call 5 witnesses.
And sir,
Yes, sir.
I have, I had a question and then
Yes, ma'am.
I just lost it. Give me a minute, please.
I have a brief question, sir. Is it Ms. Goodwin Nix that we can contact for guidance?
That was my question.
I believe so, but you can reach out to her, and if she can't provide you the answer, she's in our legal office. If she can't provide you the response that you need, she'll find someone in the legal office who can provide you the response that you require.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Any other questions, Mr. Lumpkin?
No, sir.
All right. Well, good luck. As I said, the parties, although you had mediation, it was not settled. You guys can continue talking, and you can, if you believe the matter can be settled, then it can be settled. As I said, all right. But if not, I'll see you on October 1st. And Mr. Lumpkins, you can file your motion at any point to why you believe that they do not have the proper standing to move forward with a protest hearing. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you then.
Thank you very much.
All right. Have a great day. Bye. I need to step away. I need to step away for 3 minutes, so I'll be off the record for 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back in the record. The next case on the calendar is case number 25 PRO 00076, Apio, license number 94795. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
I see it as rescheduled on my end.
Hold on, let me see. Hold on 1 minute. Okay. Oh, I apologize. Yes, that's my notes. So, okay. So, case number 25 PRO 0076 Apio. This case has been scheduled, continued to September 24th at 10:30 a.m. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 CIT 00092 Surfside. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the government and the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Christopher Southcott, access elevated, and that is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Southcott. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Chris Southcott. First name Chris, last name Southcott from DC's Office of the Attorney General, representing the district.
Good morning, sir. I see that the licensee is not here, but at show cause hearing status, the licensee, there's no requirement for the licensee to be here. If this matter is not settled, it is now scheduled for a show cause hearing on October 1st at 1:30 p.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, you are required to disclose the documents and witnesses you will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and or witnesses, that have not been disclosed previously. All right, thank you. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00052. D City Smokehouse, license number 118390. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Melvin Hines, access elevated, that is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Hines, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir, but I can't see you. All right.
Oh, here we
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Southgate, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
My name is Melvin Hines, Melvin Hines.
And who do you represent, sir?
Oh, I represent Southeast Restaurant Group. I am the owner of Southeast Restaurant Group.
Mr. Southgate, can you please spell and state identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Chris Southcott. First name Chras, last name Southcott from DC's Office of the Attorney General, representing the district.
Good morning, sir. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Nothing from the district.
None on my side.
All right, thank you, sir. So then this matter is then scheduled for show cause hearing on October 1st at 1:30 p.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, you are required to disclose documents and witnesses that you will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and or witnesses that have not been disclosed. Any issues? Any questions?
I do. I have some questions. Just
Yes,
last night or yesterday afternoon, I received an offer in compromise that I indicated that I would accept. So I'm wondering, one, is the October 1 hearing necessary? And if so, I do have a conflict, so I need to.
Well, there are two things. There are two things going on. Is this your case, Mr. Southcott?
No, but I know that an offer in compromise is being worked on by my colleague who's just preparing the document. So she will send out an offer in compromise for your signature, Mr. Hines, shortly.
No,
And
but
once you
I could cut this short. If you know what the offer and compromise is, you could put it on the record. Mr. Hines said that he would accept it, and then this case would go away.
Sure, I can put the OIC on the record.
Then you can put it on the record, sir.
Sorry?
Yeah, you can put it on the record.
Great. So there are two charges. The first charge is for allowing the sale, consumption, sale, service, and consumption of alcoholic beverages without prepared food in violation of DC Code Section 25-113 I1A and 23 DCMR Section 2000.1, treated as a first primary tier violation. The fine is for that charge is $1,000 payable within 30 days, and the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. The second charge is a no ABC manager charge in violation of 23 DCMR Section 2005. That'll be treated as a secondary tier violation within 2 years. The fine for that charge is a $500 fine payable within 30 days, and the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid.
All right, fine. So in this case, there are two charges. The first charge, there is a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days. If the fine has not been paid, is not payable in 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. The second charge is a no ABC manager, and there's a fine of $500. If this fine has not been paid in 30 days, the licenses will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Mr. Hines, you have stated that this is the offer in compromise that was provided to you that you are accepting. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
With that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. So with the offer in compromise, the board has accepted the offer in compromise. Will issue a board order, and so you'll have 30 days from today to make the payment. And this, so therefore, there is no need for us to have a hearing in October. All right?
That's perfect. Thank you.
All right. Have a good day. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00452 Baby Shank, license number 121545. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
I think Brianna Graham, access elevated, and that appears to be all term.
Who's the government? Ms. Graham is, I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't see you, Mr. Southcott. You had disappeared. You had disappeared.
Yeah, I believe my I'm just hanging around, but I believe Colin Chenchi should be elevated as this is his case.
So yeah, all right, please, thanks. All right.
Colin Chenchi, access elevated. That is all term.
Thank you. And there is no licensee in this case, I see. All right, so just could you do me one favor, please? Can you just put in the chat, is there, let me ask Mr. Chenchi, are you expecting the applicant to show up today?
I am not, Mr. Chair. I can give representations on the record about the status of the case.
Okay, fine. All right, okay, so can you please identify yourself for the record, sir?
Yes, good morning. Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
Good morning, sir. So you say you want to give some representation. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, we were working on an offer in compromise with the establishment in this case. They informed me only at 9 p.m. last night that the signatory for the OIC is not available until next week. So we just ask for a brief continuance of this matter so we can get that OIC signed and taken care of.
All right, that's fine. So we this matter then will be continued until September 24th at 10:30. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ram, for being here today. All right, have a great day. Bye-bye. The next case on our calendar is case number 25CC00021, Chocolate City Wellness. And this is on, this matter has been continued to October 1st at 10:30 a.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 2025-251-00012, 12 after 12, license number 117238. This case has been rescheduled to November 5th at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar, case number 25CIT-00082, Ivy City Smokehouse, license number 112220. This hearing has been canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on September 10th, 2025. And now, so we're now at the end of our morning calendar. And so let us now do our agenda items. Okay. So let us now do our legal agenda, alcohol. The first matter on the legal agenda, alcohol, is a review motion for reinstatement. This is for 1107, license number 126821. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of recipe for dismissal. This is for Kitchen Plus Cocktails by Kevin Kelly, DC. License. This is in case number 24CIT-0000828, license number 123472. I make a motion that we approve this. We approve this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review request to withdraw protest dated September 10th, 2025, submitted by Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C. This is the case number 25PRO00022. This is a Topic Restaurants, license number 083149. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first matter and only matter on this agenda, it's a review of an offer in compromise. This is for case number 24 ULC 00041. It is Apple Dream Shop. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent agrees to not sell cannabis and cannabis products, including all cannabinoids, hemp, CBD. tetrahydrocannabinolic acid TR, otherwise known as THC-A, and THC at the premises, online, or at any other location in District of Columbia without a medical cannabis retail license. 2. Licensing. Notwithstanding paragraph 1, nothing in the OIC precludes respondent from proceeding with his pending medical cannabis retail license application at the premise under the trade name Apple Dream Shop Columbia or its pending conditional medical cannabis retail applications. 3. Access to premises. Respondent and its agents or designee may be granted limited access to the premises at ABCA's discretion for the purpose of making changes to the premises that are necessary to obtain a medical cannabis retail license, and such discretion shall not be unreasonable withheld. 4. Fine. Respondent agrees to pay a $10,000 fine for this violation within 60 days of the board's order approving the offering compromise. 5. Lifting of the summary closure. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until respondent is issued a medical cannabis retail license. Upon issuance of a medical cannabis retail license at the premises, respondent shall file a motion to lift the summary closure. The district waives the right to oppose this motion. B. If respondent is not issued a medical cannabis retail license at the premises, the summary closure shall remain in effect. This term does not preclude respondent from filing a motion to lift the summary closure to allow respondent to use the premises for alternative business purposes. The district reserves the right to oppose this motion. I therefore make a motion that the offering compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda medical cannabis. Number 1, review of an offering compromise. This is in, right. I was looking at 2 different agenda. So the proper agenda that it's the legal agenda medical cannabis, and the offering compromise that I just read for Apple Dream Shop, which is case number 24, ULC 0041, that the board just voted to approve that offer and compromise. So that offer and compromise is on the legal agenda medical cannabis. The second matter that's on the legal agenda medical cannabis, it's the review of an offer and compromise. This is Penn Avenue Sitco. This is case number 25 ULC 00059. And this offer and compromise is as follows. Products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent confirms that it has ceased selling cannabis or cannabis products and agrees not to offer, exchange, or sell either in the store or online the following products: cannabis or cannabis-derived products, including all cannabinoids, hemp, CBD, tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, otherwise known as THC-A, and THC without a license. 2, kratom. And 3, any Schedule I substance, including psychedelic mushrooms and
DMT.
DIMETHYLYPTAMINE, dimethylpytamine, otherwise known as DMT. Inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the business during those hours that it is open to the public to verify that the business is not selling products that are listed in paragraph 1. 3, violation of DC Code section 7-1671.08G shall be grounds for the board to issue a subsequent notice of summary closure and a fine of $10,000 as outlined in DC Code section 7-1671.08F. 4, lifting of summary closure suspension. The summary closure shall be lifted once the board approves the OIC. 5, return of keys. ABCA shall make the keys to the premises available to respondent for pickup at its office or at another mutually agreed upon time, date, and location upon approval of the offer in compromise. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
And I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Now let's go to our alcohol licensing agenda. There are 9 applications on this agenda. I'm going to review the 9 and I will make some recommendations. And at the end, I will ask ABC board members to approve the recommendations as put forward by the chair. Number 1, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Mama San Harlot, license number 114205. The recommendation is approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 2, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for the Roberts Law Group PLLC, license number 083728. Recommendation approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 3, application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Skylark Lounge, formerly license number 090611. Recommendation approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 4, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is Iraq Line, license number 116082. Recommendation to approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 5, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Hillview Market, license number 119160. Recommendation approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 6, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is Cookie Corner, license number 111680. Recommendation approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 7, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Hotel Arboretum, license number 082836. Recommendation approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 8, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Naughty 824. License number 105176, recommendation approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 9, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Rooftop Kitchen at City Ridge, license number 124582, recommendation approval through March 31st, 2026. I therefore make a motion that ABC board vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant, yes.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We're now at the alcohol licensing supplemental agenda. On this agenda, there are 3 applications. I will review the applications, and make recommendations, and then I'll ask the ABC board members to vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair. Number 1, review request for a temporary operating retail permit. This is for 60 DC Casamara Reynolds. License number 133941, recommendation approval. Number 2, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Awakening Bar and Grill, license number 133651, recommendation approval. And number 3, review request to remove the license from from safekeeping to reopen by October 2025. This is Berry Brothers and Rudd, license number 131402, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation put forth by the chair for the alcohol licensing supplemental agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 13 applications. I will review the applicants, the type of license, the date, the license number, and the attendees, and I will make recommendations. And at the end, I will ask that ABC board members approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. So number one, a request from Oscar Barra, B-A-R-R-E-R-A, for one-day license class F, corporate reception, September 17th. The license number is 133860, 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number two, a request from Alexis Starkley, one-day license class F, fundraiser, September 20th. The license number is 133888, 72 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number three, a request from Mark Fleming, one-day license class G, fundraiser, September 17th. The license number is 133878, 425 attendees, 8 security guards, approval. Number four, a request from Daniel Daly, one-day license class G, pre-opening event. This is September 18th through September 21st. License number is 133880. 100 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number five, another request from Daniel Daly. This is for one-day license class G, pre-opening event. This is September 24th through 27th. The license number is 133905. 100 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number six, a request from Lucas Umana, U-M-A-N-A, for one-day license class G. This is Thursday night out. This is September 18th. The license number is 133895, 300 attendees, 6 security guards, recommendation approval. Number seven, another request from Lucas Umana, a one-day license class G, Thursday night out, September 25th. The license number is 133902, 300 attendees, 6 security guards, recommendation approval. Number eight, a request from Marcus Hamilton, one-day license class G. This is for a wedding, October 18th. The license number is 133916. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number nine, a request from Catherine Balibuno, a one-day license class G for a wedding, September 27th. License number is 133926, 175 attendees, 4 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 10, a request from Wegmans, one-day substantial change for tasting. Substantial change seeking to have wine tasting. This is October 16th. The license number is 116841. Substantial change license is 25 SC 01145. Recommendation approval. Number 11, request from F1 Arcade for one-day substantial change. Event F1 race. Nature of substantial change to serve alcohol from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. to watch F1 race. This is on September 21st. The license number is 129164. Substantial change license is 25 SC 00150. Recommendation approval. Number 12, F1 Arcade, one day substantial change. This is for the F1 Arcade, F1 race. Substantial change to serve alcohol from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. to watch F1 race. This is October 5th. The license number is 129164. Substantial change license is 25 SC 01151. Recommendation approval. Number 13, Lindy Promotions Pub Crawl. This is December 13th. The license number is 110455. Substantial change license 25 PCE 00037. Recommendation of 1,000 participant. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board members vote to affirm the recommendations made by the chair for the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's licensing administrative docket. There are 18 applicants on this docket. And so without any objection, I make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve this docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the medical cannabis license agenda. On this agenda, there are 5 applications. I will review them all 5 and what's been requested, and I'll make some recommendations, and at the end, I'll ask that ABC board members vote to approve recommendations as put forth by the chair. Number 1, review of packaging and advertising design. This is for Grown NDC, license number 126559. Approval. Number 2, review of packaging and label submission. This is for Wishing Wellness, license number 126747. Approval. Number 3, review of packaging and label submission. This is for Wishing Wellness, license number 126747. Recommendation approval. Number 4, review packaging and label submission. This is for Lifted Essential, license number 129325. Recommendation approval. And number 5, review of letter from Regulated Cannabis Association of DC. This is an FYI for the board. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Quinn, Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed. 5-0. We now move to our last agenda for the day, which is it's the board's temporary license 1A substantial change docket, the H Street Festival. There are 13 licensees on this docket. And so I will review the 13 and then make some recommendations. So the first one is a request from Abigail Operi. This is for the H Street Festival. This is 920. The license number is 133939. 500 attendees, 10 security guards approval. Next is a request from Christopher Arthur, one-day license class G, the H Street Festival, September 20th. The license number is 133940. 300 attendees, 6 security guards. A recommendation approval. Request from a request from Janice Rankins, one-day license class G at H Street Festival, September 20th. The license number is 133944. 300 attendees, 6 security guards approval. The next one is a request from Atlas Performing Arts Center, one-day substantial change. Again, this is for the H Street Festival. Nature of substantial change, extend license a curbside for H Street Festival. This is September 20th. The license number is 085207. The substantial change license is 25 SC 01160. Approval. Number, the next one is a request from Focus DC one-day license class. One-day substantial change. This is again for the H Street Festival. Extend license curbside for H Street Festival, September 20th. The license number is 118015. Substantial change 25 SC 01164. Approval. The next one is a request from Henceforth for one-day substantial change. Again for the H Street Festival. The purpose is to extend license to curbside for H Street Festival, September 20th. The license number is 129163. Substantial change license is 25 SC 01165. Approval. The next one is a request from Lydia Restaurant and Lounge, one-day substantial change, again for the H Street Festival. The purpose is to extend the license curbside for H Street Festival, September 20th. The license number is 119312. Substantial change is 25 SC 01166. Recommendation approval. Then we have Ocean Lounge, one-day substantial change, but again for the H Street Festival. The purpose is to extend license curbside for H Street Festival, September 20th. The license number is 114106. Substantial change license is 25 SC 01167. The next one is On the Rocks for one-day substantial change, again for the H Street Festival, again to extend license curbside for H Street Festival. The license number is 106695. Substantial change license is 25 SC 01168. Recommendation approval. The next one is it's a request from Smoking Pig, one-day substantial change. Again, for H Street Festival. The purpose of the change to extend the license curbside to H Street Festival. This is September 20th. The license number is 127999. Substantial change license 25 SC 01169. Recommendation approval. Next is the Haymaker one-day substantial change. H Street Festival. Nature of the change to extend license curbside for H Street Festival. License number is 084689. Substantial change license is 25 SC 01170. Recommendation approval. The next one is ETHIO, ETHIO Vegan, one-day substantial change. Again, this is for the H Street Festival. The purpose of this change is to extend license curbside for H Street Festival, September 20th. The license number is 130713. Substantial change license 25 SC 01171. Recommendation approval. And the last request is a request from Takayera Alado 2. One-day substantial change, again for the H Street Festival. Purpose of the change is to extend license to curbside for H Street Festival. This is September 20th. The license number is 119979. Substantial change license 25 SC 01039. Approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair for the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket for H Street. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, a second motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We're now at the end of our agenda items for the day. And since we have now dispensed with our agenda items for the day, the board will now go in recess. We will rejoin the public at 1:30. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good morning. Good afternoon. We're back on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. Joining me this afternoon are four of the board members, Mr. Silas Grant, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, Mr. David Meadows, and Mr. Ryan Jones. The board has 5 members in attendance this afternoon for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. This afternoon, in looking at the calendar, we have we have 4 cases on our calendar this afternoon, but I'm going to call the cases out of order. So the first case that I'm going to call this afternoon is case number 25 PRO 00020, a topic restaurant license number 83149. This hearing has been canceled due to the withdrawal of the protest. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00062, El Canale, license number 83707. This hearing has been rescheduled to November 19th at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00043, Eaton DC Allegory Wild Days, license number 123549. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. And so the only case, therefore, the last case on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00075, B&B Convenience and More, license number 132583. Good afternoon, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Good afternoon. Daniel Obogaya, access elevated. Jeff Jackson, access elevated. Investigator Leon Harris, access elevated. And Beneath Zabanai, access elevated. That is our turn.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's see. Maybe 1 minute, please. Okay, we're gonna have, I would like all the parties to come on camera. So let's start with, let me have the parties identify themselves. But for the record, we'll start with the licensee and you, Mr. Jackson.
Yes, Jeff Jackson, JEFF, JACKSON, representing Sophie DC Inc., trading as B&B Convenience and More.
And who's your client, sir?
She's with me, Venice.
Yes.
Ma'am, are you able to come on camera, ma'am?
Yes.
See start video. That should start the camera.
All right, ma'am. Can you spell and state your name for the record, ma'am?
Steve? Venezavanai. VENES ZEBENAY.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
And Mr. Arthur, who's the representative of the group? Who's the representative of the group of five or more?
Hi, it's me. It's Daniel Abawaji, and that's DanielAboagye.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, how many witnesses do you have today?
Just one, sir.
Mr. Pronounce your name one more time for me, please, sir.
Abawaji.
Aboagye.
Yes.
How many witnesses do you have this afternoon, sir?
I believe it's just myself. I had put in a note with the PIF asking for the board to potentially subpoena 2 other witnesses, but I don't think that was, I don't think that ended up happening. So I think it'll just be me today.
Oh, sir, if you're asking the board to subpoena witnesses, then you would have to file the proper document, and you'd file the document, and then I would sign it, and then it would have to be served. So you just can't put a notation in your PIP with the expectation that the board will review it prior to the hearing and subpoena those the witnesses. All right. I guess I'm just asking a question because the board will do. We're going to have this hearing this afternoon, but I guess I'll ask you the protestant. Is it your position that you do not want the board to issue the license, or is it that you're saying that the license can be granted with condition? What is your position?
Our position is that the board should deny the license. That it's,
All right. We don't have to go any further. I was just trying to see if we can cut this, but since that's your position, okay, that's fine. All right. This is the way the hearing will go today. The parties will have an opportunity to do an opening statement. So we'll start with the licensee. I'm sorry, the applicant, he will give an opening statement. And then the group of five or more will also have an opportunity to give an opening statement, or you can defer to give an opening statement until you present your case. After the parties have provided their opening statement, the board will call its first witness, which is Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris will go through his report. I will ask Mr. Harris questions on the protest report. I will ask questions, and other board members will have an opportunity to ask Mr. Harris questions on the protest report. After the board has asked questions of Mr. Harris, then the applicant will have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Harris, and then you, the protestants, will have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Harris. Once we have dispensed with those questions, then Mr. Jackson will put his case on, basically provide testimony and evidence why he believes that this applicant is licensed and this is an appropriate license that we should provide to this applicant. Once Mr. Jackson will call his first witness, his witnesses, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness, and then the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness, and then I'll give the protestant an opportunity to ask questions based on the questions that were asked by the board, and then Mr. Jackson will have the final questions. Once the applicant has rested its case, then you, sir, will have an opportunity to call your witness. So I guess you said you're the only witness, so I will swear you in. You can testify to what you need to testify to. Mr. Jackson will have an opportunity to cross-examine you, and the board members might cross-examine you if they have any questions. We do closing, and then I will ask, and then we'll do closing. Any questions procedural-wise before we move forward? I'm going to ask about any motions and but I'm just any procedural issues that any of the parties have before we start. I'll start with you, Mr. Jackson.
No questions.
Mr. Aboagye, any procedural matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
No, there is a preliminary matter that General Counsel directed me to bring up, but I think that might be fit better in the section where you talk about motions that you just mentioned. So
So you don't have any, you don't have any, so are there any preliminary matters that you want to bring to the attention of the board?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I would like to.
I'm sorry, I'll start with the applicant first and then we'll go. So go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Yes, I'd like the ABC board to consider denying this protest to go forward because the PIP wasn't submitted in a timely manner.
And what do you call the timely manner, sir?
It wasn't submitted within the 7 days. The 7 days expired on September the 10th, and I believe it did not come into the office until September the 11th or thereafter.
And how is it, sir, that how have you been prejudiced because the PIP was delivered late?
Because according to the regulation, it said that it has to be submitted 7 days prior to the protest hearing.
And so you're saying, so because it wasn't delivered 7 days prior to the protest hearing, so it was delivered on day 8th rather than day 7th. Is that your position?
Correct. Nor was the exhibits submitted timely as well.
So when were they submitted?
On matter of fact, they just came in recently, I believe, like within the last 2 days.
So you're saying that the documents were a day late and the exhibits themselves were 5, 6, 7 days late. Is that? But can you tell me specifically when?
Yes, the documents came in about 4 or 5 days after the PIP submission.
And so you're saying the PIP was 1 day late.
Correct.
Mr. Abuaje, can you tell us were the documents? We had the show cause here. I'm sorry, the protest hearing status. It was specific that the documents are due 7 days before the hearing, and failure by either side to provide the documents timely, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that were untimely disclosed. So when is it that you submitted the documents, sir?
Sure. Yes. So I noted this to the board immediately after the transmission went through. It was 60 seconds late, so it was sent at 12:01 a.m. on the 11th, and that was due to an error attaching the files using the Adobe Acrobat Reader. Because of that, we also went ahead and went out of our way to make sure that the opposing party could see the exhibits. And so we sent 2 more follow-up emails, one with a link to the cloud service Dropbox that they could look at the documents there, and then another with the physical documents themselves in a zip file, and that was provided on the 11th. There's no documents that were not submitted until 6 or 7 days later, like the applicant is saying. Those were all available that day. And we communicated with the ABCA legal office about this extensively and received confirmations that they received those documents. And they were also served on the opposing party as well. So I don't know what they're talking about.
So you're saying the documents were due on the 10th, but they were actually delivered on the 11th. I mean, they were due at 11:59, and so you're saying that they were provided at 12:01. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
So both the PIP and all the documents were provided at 12:01.
Yes, although there was multiple attempts thereafter because we received a message from the opposing party that they couldn't open the attachment. So we sent after that, at their request, we sent another version that was in a different format that they could hopefully open, and they didn't say anything about that one being inaccessible. So we went ahead and assumed that they could access the files.
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, according to the date stamp, I believe it was not at 12:01 when the documents came into, believe the agency. I believe it was more like 12:15 or 12:24.
I from what I'm being told, it's we're talking about a couple of minutes that the documents were not filed, and the documents were. It's my understanding that the representation is that it attempts were made because you had communicated that you were unable to access the documents, and um, attempts were made by the protester to provide you access to the document. So I'm going to deny the motion because it's not apparent to me that you have been harmed by the late filing of the documents. And from what I'm being told here, that Mr. And I'm looking at your name so I can look, and I'm going to write your name down so I can look at it and pronounce it. Abogane. That
You're
it's
welcome to call me Daniel as well.
I have to refer to you in the appropriate manner because we have a transcript, and so I don't want to go through the transcript. I'm referring to you as Daniel, so I apologize. I'm going to write your name phonetically, so I'll get it correct. Ma'am, if you're going to speak, I need you to mute your line, ma'am, because I can hear you. Thank you very much. So, and based on what's been stated by the protestant today, he's the only witness that's going to testify. And so even if the PIP was provided late, he would still be able to testify. Depending on whatever documents he's trying to rely upon. If you're saying that I'm going to deny the motion because I don't think that in this particular case, the brief delay would have that you have been prejudiced by the late filing. Okay. All right. Any other preliminary matters that you want to raise, Mr. Jackson?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Abanye, A-B-O-A.
Abawaji.
Abawaji. Mr. Abawaji. Mr. Abawaji. Mr. Bart. Mr. Abawaji. I will get it before the hearing is over, sir. Okay. All right.
There are some preliminary matters that we wanted to raise. There was a couple of mistakes that we noticed in the investigative report that was sent out. They are mostly, it looks like, perhaps like clerical errors or just omissions that we wanted to make sure that the record reflected, a complete record. And so we wanted to point those things out and perhaps stipulate to what the facts of the case are where there's discrepancies. And I can go through those now if you are ready to hear them.
Yes, you can go ahead, sir, and share. Yes.
Sure. So we found that the second page of our protest letter was omitted from the investigative report. It's maybe not easy to see this if you're not familiar with the letter itself, because the end of one page looks as if it might go into the what is actually the third page, but there's a missing page there, which describes some of our protest issues. So we just wanted to note that. I think that the board has our protest letter in other forms, so I don't know that that will really affect the outcome of the case at all. In terms of substantive information that was in the investigative report, the hours that are listed for the establishment don't appear to be correct. I'm not sure if that mistake was on the part of the investigator, if it was something that was actually communicated by the applicant. But in the investigative report, it looks like it says that the establishment will be open every day until 2 a.m., which is not what's been.
Well, what I'll say to you, sir, the hours that we will discuss today are the hours that were placarded. So it's whatever hours that the investigator wrote in his report. If they're not consistent with the hours that were placarded, those are the only hours that we will discuss today. Okay, so right. So it's only the hours that were included in the placard notice. Those are the only hours that will be discussed today.
Sure. So I think, yeah, I guess we can go over that later when we get to that part. The other thing is just the description of the premises. There's a couple of errors there as well. The building is described as being between a condo building and a restaurant, Daru. But it's in fact actually that the case that the business is on the first level of the condo building. They share a building. They're not a separate. They're not two separate buildings. They share an address. So that just it may become relevant later, depending on how the hearing progresses. But I wanted to make note of that. The other thing would be that the description of the premises describes a small black fence extending around the property. And I just wanted to note that the black fence that he's talking about extends around public space. It's not a part of the leased premises, and it doesn't belong to, it's not a private property within the fenced area that he's describing in front of the building.
Well, I think one of the things that you could ask, sir, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Harris. So maybe I think at that juncture, I'll ask that you could ask him about that, and maybe you both can agree at that juncture to, if he needs to correct his report, then he can correct his report. So what I'll ask you to do is, when you have an opportunity to cross-examine him, you can ask him regarding that issue, and then whatever. I don't know what it is, and I've not had a chance to speak to him, and so therefore, when you have an opportunity and I don't know if he's recognized that there was an error, if there was an error, he has corrected his report, but you can ask him those questions. So the questions regarding the description of the property, about the black fence, you can reserve those to get better clarification when you ask him, when you have an opportunity to ask questions of him, unless when he gives his testimony, he has changed his report by then. Okay?
Okay.
Any other?
Sorry, I was going to say that's all I have for that.
Those are all the preliminary matters that you have, sir?
Yes, I think so.
All right. All right, so what we're gonna do is that we're gonna start then with opening statements. I'll give you, what I normally ask, tell me what it is that for both parties, what is it that you want the board to do, what you're gonna present today. And so that's what I expect in our opening statement. So I'll give each party 5 minutes to do their opening. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I will present documentation and exhibits to show that this location does not have an adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet, and I would like the board to continue allow the processing of the application to go forward.
Okay. Mr. Abugad, do you have any, do you wish to do your opening at this juncture, or you want to defer until you present your case?
I'll defer until I present my case.
All right, fine. All right, so the board will call its first witness, Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Can you spell and state your name for the record?
Leon Harris, Leon, last name Harris, Harris.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harris. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration, or ABCA.
How long have you been working at this agency, sir?
11 months.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
My duties are I investigate complaints filed by the public against alcoholic beverage licensees and works with the Metropolitan Police Department to resolve issues. I also enforce regulatory compliance with DC's liquor laws and regarding alcoholic beverage licensees. I also conduct inspections and investigations of ABC licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
Are you familiar with the establishment, the establishment Sophie DC, trading as B&B Convenience Store and more?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become aware of this establishment?
I was assigned this establishment to for this protest, and I conducted my protest effectively, in my opinion, and I submitted a report to my supervisors, who ultimately led to this particular meeting.
So, do you have the report with you, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are you able to share your screen with this report?
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Harris to share his screen?
Access granted.
So, Mr. Harris, can you please identify the document that's on the screen?
This is my protest report of Sophie DC Incorporated, trading as B&B Convenience and More.
And I know when this case was assigned to you, there are several protestants, but who currently is protesting the issuance of this license?
The ANC 6A, who is being led by Mr. Daniel
Abawaji.
Thank you, sir. I don't want to disrespect your last name.
No, all right. No, hold on before. I'm confused. Are you representing the ANC or are you representing a group of 5 or more?
I'm representing the group of 5 or more. I think that is a mistake there.
All right. Okay, so all right. Okay.
Apologies for that.
All right. Okay. All right. So so currently Mr. Abagaja is the representative of the group of 5 or more. All right. So did you have an opportunity to speak to both the applicant and the protestant?
The applicant, yes. The protestant, no.
Why did you not? What prevented you from speaking to the protestant?
I sent a few emails back and forth to. Let me just pull that up as well. Just give me 1 second, please. I sent a few emails to a Mr. Wandiam Sayam, requesting information about the protests and everything. I've talked to Mr. Jeffrey Jackson about this as well. When I spoke to Mr. Sayam via email, again, I was just unable to get a hold of the protestant regarding this information. I've reached out several different times via email, phone calls, and unfortunately, I was never able to get a hold of anybody representing the group of 5 people.
All right. So what information regarding the protest, what information were you able to gather in speaking to, you say you spoke to Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir. So if I can just clarify 1 or 2 things right quick. I did make a mistake in the report regarding the hours of operation. It should be the hours of operation that they are requesting are 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Saturday, and their sales are 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Saturday as well. I did make a mistake as well regarding a sidewalk cafe. There is no sidewalk cafe there. And then there was also mention of a black fence that was surrounding the property. It's only in the front. And when you take a look at the picture here, let me see if I can share the screen. There's a black fence right here. This is the property here. And on the left side of the screen here is the Daru restaurant that I mentioned in my report. And on the right side are the apartments or condos, whatever you want to call it there. And then right in the middle of this whole thing is the B&B convenience market that is trying to open up. I do recognize that there are apartments or condos above that, and that the only establishment will be this main part right here in the middle. When I did mention the black fence, I only meant to mention that the black fence is surrounding the front part of this particular property. I didn't mean to insinuate that the fence was surrounding the entire property or was their particular fence. I've just noted that into my report.
Okay. Let's see. Let me see. So, what information? Okay, you say you had not spoken to you didn't get a chance to speak to the protestant. So just describe to us the characteristics of the neighborhood.
Yes, sir. So the characteristics of the neighborhood, let me just go down to my report here. It's in a non-mixed use zone. So according to that, it's intended to permit mixed use development at a moderate density with an emphasis on arts and arts related uses. Around the establishment, I did the geographic informational system request, which gave me 17 different licensed ABC establishments within 1,200 feet of B&B convenience and more. And there's no schools within 400 feet of this establishment. Listed here are the 17 establishments that have an ABCA license. I've listed the trade name, their addresses, their retail class, whether or not they have a settlement agreement, the license number, and their particular hours of operation. If you'd like, I have a breakdown of what those particular establishments has as far as the endorsements go as well.
I would just share with us what type of establishments are there, and
absolutely.
if
So
you have the hours, and go ahead.
Absolutely. So I have 5 C class restaurants. I have 2 CX multi-purpose venues. I have 7 C taverns. I have 2 A retail stores and 1 D restaurant, whose application is currently in safekeeping. Regarding the endorsements, there are 9 carryouts, 5 dancing, 12 entertainment, 1 streetery, 6 summer gardens, 5 holiday extensions, 1 ABC manager endorsement, 11 settlement agreements, 5 cover charges, 2 tastings, and 1 brew pub.
Okay. All right. So, I guess we can go on your report, and you're saying that so what are the hours that were placarded for this establishment?
Yes, sir. So those hours are 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Saturday for their operation, and for their sales, it is 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Saturday.
So are these hours, in looking at the other establishments that's within the vicinity, are these hours within, or do they exceed or the hours that are currently in operation for the other establishments?
They're currently within those hours with the other establishments.
Okay. Now, have you had a chance to observe the property?
Yes, sir, I have. Let me pull that up too.
Now, let me ask you a question. Is this property is this a new license, or is the building or the establishment already there?
It's a new license. but the building seems to be already there. They already have a sign outside of the building. They don't have anything inside as far as they're still doing construction and trying to put things inside there. However, the building has their logo and sign outside the building.
Okay. So tell me when did you observe and what did you observe?
So I observed the establishment between August 15th, 2025 to August 30th, 2025, all throughout different day, afternoon, nights. I did observe on Saturday the 16th between 12:20 a.m. and 1 o'clock a.m. There were 2 people observed loitering near their establishment. There was some police activity near the Shell station around 12:40 around the corner, but there was no ABCA violations that I've considered found. On the Friday, August 22nd, 2025, from 12:05 a.m. to 12:30 a.m., there was some moderate street activity. There was high foot traffic on the block, but there was no, in my opinion, no peace, order, or quiet issues, and there was plenty of available street parking. Besides those 2 things, there was no other ABCA violations that I observed. During the 7 times by different personnel, including myself, again, I did see 2 people loitering near the establishment's gate. However, they did not enter the property at all. On that Thursday, August 21st, approximately 12:05 a.m., there was some high traffic, foot traffic around that block of the establishment due to the MARC train that goes by there. But again, other than that, there was no ABCA violations that I observed or that my other investigators observed.
Okay. Give me 1 minute, please. All right. So tell us about describe the area for us that this establishment is located.
The establishment is in between. Just give me 1 second. It is established at 1447 Maryland Avenue Northeast. It's located between 15th Street Northeast and G Street Northeast. The establishment is next to Daru and across the street from A Street Liquors. On that same block where B&B is behind, well, however you want to take a look at it, but behind where B&B Convenience is at, on that same block, there's a Chick-fil-A on that same block, just much further down. Coming down the other side past B&B Convenience is where the train would be. There are 2 bus stops, the C41 bus stop on the corner of 15th Street Northeast, and there is the C43 bus stop on the corner of Maryland Avenue Northeast. Again, the DC streetcar station is near the B&B Convenience and More, and that's located on Benning Road and 15th Street Northeast and 8th Street and 13th Street Northeast. The streetcar travels westbound in the direction of Union Station. Throughout my monitoring period, there were times where parking was unavailable right in front of the establishment. However, there was no ABCA violations that I found to be any kind of necessary adherence to what B&B is trying to do. There are several pedestrian crosswalks around the area too, and I have it right here on my report. On 15th Street and Maryland Avenue before crossing 8th Street, the 14th Street and G Street Northeast, 15th Street, G Street Northeast, Benning Road and 8th Street Northeast, and crossing Florida Avenue onto 8th Street Northeast. Behind, if you go around the block to the right of where B&B is, there are, let me pull up the exhibits. This is the streetcar information right there. Just give me 1 second to pull up the piece I'm looking for. Just a brief indulgence, please. there was a smoke shop on the back side of that establishment too that I'm trying to get the name of. Just give me just another few minutes to get that information to you.
Oh, one of the things that I'm gonna have to go through the exhibit, so maybe
Okay.
it will come to you that time. So I'm looking at a report. So let's go through. Why don't you let's go through the exhibits and you can identify them for the record.
All right. Yes, sir. So my exhibits here, this is the exhibit 1 here is the certified letter sent to you, Mr. Anderson, that was received on July 14th, requesting the protest about the effective establishment on peace, order, and quiet, the impact on residential parking needs and vehicular and pedestrian safety, and the negative implications for public space use and sanitation. When I spoke to the applicant, there was some talks about concerns about trash pickup, and again, let me just get what I have for that. They were talking about getting rat-proof trash cans in place, trying to set that up, but they haven't gotten to that particular point. At least when I talked to them at that particular time, to have because they're not open yet, they're not selling anything, they're not doing anything as of selling any kind of product. But there was some concerns about trash handling that I think they will take care of when they need to. I have that second page. I must have just forgot to upload that second page from that particular report, but I do have that. But on that particular page, the parking and loading constraints, encroachment of public space, which was DC code 25-313 B3. There was again concerns about parking constraints, and there was some parking restraints as far as when there was a delivery truck trying to deliver food. The delivery truck would double park, but there's an alleyway right there too, where they usually should be up unloading their product. But when I was there monitoring, there was a delivery truck that was there that did double park in front of on the side of the establishment right there, and because the bus comes right there too, I could see that being a bit of a problem as far as pedestrians or traffic flow goes. However, that there was no ABCA violations regarding that.
But let me ask you a question, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir.
Who was the delivery truck delivering products to?
I believe it was Daru.
But it was not being delivered to this establishment because you stated that the establishment is not open as yet. Okay.
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
My exhibit 2 here is the roll call hearing here. This is my the roll call hearing information here. This is the zone report for the establishment 1447 Maryland Avenue Northeast, and that goes over. So this shows the zoning district, the square footage, the ANC 6A, the chairperson Dave Billington is in Ward 6. Again, this is just more zoning details here, showing that it's a permits mixed-use development at a moderate density with an emphasis on arts and arts-related issues. There were no case numbers associated with the square lot. This is the zoning information right here with the within 1,200 feet of the establishment here and 400 feet of the establishment here. And these are some of the exhibits here from the, for example, this is the Metro bus stop C41.
Can you do me a favor, please? When you're just say what exhibit number that you're
Absolutely, yes, sir. So I'm on an exhibit number 6 right now. This is the picture of the C41 Metro bus stop on 15th Street Northeast. Exhibit number 7 shows the C43 Metro bus stop on Maryland Avenue Northeast across from the Shell station. Exhibit 8 shows the DC streetcar stop where it's 15th Street and Benny Road Northeast. Exhibit 9 shows the crosswalk from 15th Street and Maryland Avenue Northeast, which is directly across the street from Daru and B&B Convenience and More. On Exhibit 10, this is, again, more pedestrian crosswalks here. This is the 14th and G Street Northeast location. Exhibit 11 is again, showing more pedestrian crosswalks. This is the 15th Street and G Street Northeast. Exhibit 12 is the crosswalk for Bennett Road onto 8th Street Northeast, again, directly across the street from B&B Convenience and More. And this is exhibit number 13. 13? 13, yes, sir. Crossing Florida Avenue to 8th Street Northeast.
All right. That's the extent of your exhibit?
Yes, sir, that's it.
All right, you can close your screen, thanks. Any questions by any other board member? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I missed, do you have any photos of the back alley? Did I miss that? Is there any in your report?
No, sir. I didn't feel it was necessary to put those particular photos in my report only because there was literally nothing back there. Besides the smoke shop that's right there. Again, my exhibits just show the pedestrian crosswalks. Looking back at it now, I could have taken some better or some more pictures of the backside, but I just didn't.
Okay, I think it would be helpful for us to be able to understand the width of the alley, basically how trash removal and placement would take place, because you previously mentioned that they have not purchased any rat-proof containers. Also, you said that there was no zoning case numbers. Can you clarify what you meant by that?
Let me go back to my report right quick. So when I got the information from the zoning details, one of those parts that was sent to me was asking or was giving me information about case orders. So cases, any cases that were brought up against that particular location, or any board orders that were brought to that location, and there was nothing there.
Okay, and when you mentioned the smoke shop, is that a tobacco?
It's a marijuana dispensary. Yes, sir.
Not like meats and chickens and beefs and stuff. Okay,
If
thank
only,
you so
sir.
much. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, Mr. Meadows? Are you done, Mr. Meadows?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Jackson, any questions?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Harris.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson.
Good. Mr. Harris, thank you for your report. Just a couple of questions. So the days and times that you visited the establishment, did you see any trash litter on the premise of the establishment?
On the premises, no, sir.
Okay, thank you. Also, you mentioned that one of the days you observed some loitering in front of the establishment. Now, was the people loitering or were they standing in front of the establishment?
There was two individuals who were standing in front of the establishment having a conversation, kind of talking back and forth with one another, but they weren't harming the establishment at all. They weren't going into the gate and harming the establishment at all. They stayed outside the establishment the entire time, talking. One person had a bike. They were maybe smoking a cigarette, but
Okay.
nothing substantial.
Okay. Also, did you see any vehicular traffic in front of the establishment?
Yes, sir. During the times I did monitor, there were cars that were parked. There is an apartment complex right across the street of where B&B is at, and also on the same street where B&B is at. So people park alongside the road right there. There's also 8th Street Liquors, which is directly across the street from B&B. So people will park around that particular building right there as well. There were some pedestrians because, again, the bus stops are right there, the streetcars right there. From what I can tell, most of the pedestrians were using the pedestrian crosswalk. But again, that's really all I have for that.
Thank you. And last question. So during each of your visits, was the establishment open?
No, sir, they were not open at any time.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Abogage, do you have any questions for the investigator?
I'm sorry, sir, I think you are muted.
We can't hear you, sir.
Thank you. I do have questions. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that you had reached out to the protestants in several ways. Those efforts didn't reach me as the representative of the protestants. I did not receive any emails or calls. So I'm wondering, who was it that you were reaching out to? What individual?
The individual I have on my emails were I don't really know how to pronounce his name, but it's Wondim Sayum, Seym. And then the ANC 6A office, which I initially believe was Commissioners Mike Velasquez and Dave Wellington. I never heard back from them. It wasn't until later that I figured that it was not the ANC 6A who was protesting. That was a group of 5 people. And unfortunately, I was never able to get a phone number or an email just for you specifically to talk to you. So I assumed at that particular point in time that because, again, being here such a short amount of time, this is literally my only second protest, that the ANC was protesting this, and so I reached out to the ANC for comment.
So on the protest letter that you've included in your report, if you go to the page with the signatures on it, do you see there that my email address is listed?
I do see that, yes, sir. I
Yeah.
do see that.
So what you're saying is you did not reach out to me or any of the group of 5 protestants and
That's
didn't
correct.
get any
That's
information.
correct.
Okay. And you also mentioned that you had been talking to a person named Wundim Sayum. Why were you talking to that individual? What led you to talk to them instead of the representative, Jeff Jackson?
Upon my initial getting this, that was the direction that I took. I eventually reached out to the ANC because, again, being here such a short amount of time, that's what I have been used to doing. This is my second protest, and so I am still kind of getting my feet wet with the whole thing. Now that I know, and if I would have looked at this a little bit closer, I would have given you or any one of the other 5 members here a call or an email.
Mm-hmm. I asked though, what led you to talk to Wundim Sayum, that other individual that you mentioned you spoke to or you emailed with? How are they related to the case?
Again, I thought they were part of the protest, and so I reached out to them because I found a name, I found an email address, and so I reached out to everybody that I saw in front of me at the time, and I shared an email, I sent a phone call, and that's the direction that I took. As far as I'm trying to answer your question as best as I possibly can. Maybe I'm just not doing a good job at that. But that's just the direction that I took.
So that individual is not one of the protestants, and they're also not one of the applicants.
I see that.
So I'm
And
wondering,
again, once I did see the your name here, 'cause again, I did go through this pretty extensively. Unfortunately, it did get missed as far as reaching out to you specifically or the other 5 members. The only thing I can do right now is apologize for that and to try to do better in the future with that. However, my again, being here such a short amount of time and still getting my feet with this whole thing, I reached out to the ANC because that's what I believe was protesting the establishment. In the future, I will take a little bit better care of looking at all the protestants involved in this. And if you are happen to be on this one again, and you are the lead for that, I will reach out to you directly.
Mhm. I'm interested, though, very specifically in how you got Wundim's name and why you reached out to that person. I think that that's important.
Where are we going with that line of question? I mean, he's not a part in this case. The investigator stated that that was an error on his part. So I'm not. Where are we going with that? I mean, if there's a point, I'm going to allow you, but I'm just curious. I mean, the investigator stated. What's okay? Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
There's a point. So if I could just get a little latitude there on that.
Well, I'll give you. I don't know where you're going, but I'll give you. You can ask one more question. If not, I'm just going to end this line of questioning. Okay, sir? All right, go ahead.
What did you, in those communications with that Wundim Seyum, what was the content of what you talked about and what was said there?
All right, I don't. This is not relevant. You tell me why this is relevant. I don't know why we're going down a rabbit hole that I don't.
Yes.
I mean, the investigator. Hold on. The investigator told you that he made an error. He made a mistake. And so I don't understand why that if he already told you that he made a mistake, this is not the person he should have, because he thought this was a protester. He didn't say, I didn't hear from him saying that he thought this was the owner. He thought that this was a protester that he's reaching out to, and he said that was an error on his part. So I don't understand why we continue to go down this rabbit hole. Why, sir? Tell me.
Sure. We believe that in this application, not all of the information about interested parties has been disclosed. We believe that this is a situation where a straw applicant is applying and that it's incumbent on the board.
But why is this person that he reached out to an individual, hold on, that he didn't think was, he never stated that this was an owner. He thought that he said that he spoke to Mr. Jackson, who represented the applicant. And then he said he spoke to this other individual who he thought was a protester. So if you're saying this person could have been or should have been a straw owner, I don't think it's relevant, because the evidence here, he didn't state that he reached out to this person thinking that this person was an owner.
Right.
So I'm going to end this line of questioning, sir, because I think it's irrelevant, because if he had stated that he reached out to the owner, and the owner he reached out to was this name that you were referencing,
he didn't
maybe I'll
state
give you.
why. He never stated, he wasn't able to state why or how he got the name that he reached out to. So
But it's
not established.
It's irrelevant because whoever the person that he spoke to, there is nothing in the record saying that this person said to him that he was an owner.
But with all fairness and with all due respect, I asked the question, what was the content of what was said, and you cut off the line of questioning.
Because,
so we
because
don't
I
know
don't
what was said.
understand. I don't understand why we're going on this rabbit hole to an investigator said, I made a mistake. I said, did you contact the protestant? He said no. He had the list of protestants that he apologized to say that was my error. I did not reach you.
What I'm trying to get at here is that we believe that this individual, Wundim Seyum Demisi, is in fact an interested party in this case that has not been disclosed to the board, that they are a hidden owner, and that it is incumbent upon the board based on 25, 301, 302, and 303 that all actual and true owners are disclosed in this application. And then because this individual also has another license with the ABCA board that's active, it prohibits them from holding a license in any off-premises retailer, which would make this application and this applicant unfit for licensure. And so we think that it's incumbent upon the board that this issue be probed and that it be um, clearly stated and established who is the owner of this establishment. And if there are any other undisclosed interests, whether that be official or unofficial.
When was the first time you raised this as an issue, sir?
I raised this as an issue originally at the status hearing.
But this is not part of the appropriateness standard. Why didn't you raise this as portion of what the reason why you're protesting this application?
Right. Well, at the time, we were not aware of this information wasn't available to us at the time. It's information that can only be found by actually having access to the application itself. We actually thought up until the first mediation session that the individual that I'm talking about was a protestant, or sorry, was an applicant rather. And it seems as if the investigator potentially also made that same assumption, and that's because of their deep involvement with this case and with this property. And I think that it was only after we learned after the status hearing that after the first mediation that they were not in fact on the application and had no reason to be a part of the proceedings, that it became suspicious to us that they were involved in that way. That led to looking into the situation more, and we've put that all in our PIF, and we've laid out that for the board as well in a pre-hearing motion pre-hearing letter that we sent to the board about this yesterday.
What I'll say, sir, is if the board was to grant this license, I don't know what the board is going to do. You can file a complaint regarding enforcement. It's an enforcement issue to say that there is an individual out there who is putting themselves out as an owner, and they're not.
I would respectfully remind the board, though, that in 25, 301, 302, and 303, it is incumbent that the board shall not. It's very specific in the statute that the board shall not grant a license under these circumstances. It's not something that after the fact you go back and do an enforcement action on. It's that licensing such an establishment would be creating a nuisance.
Listen, sir. If you have evidence to present, when you present your case, you present the evidence. Here it is. We're going to say if you have evidence to present, then you present the evidence. We're going on a rabbit hole in the sense that this investigator said, I contacted this individual thinking that they were a protestant, not that this person put himself out there as an owner. That's all he said, as a protestant. And he apologized.
He wasn't allowed to clarify, though, exactly. And I was trying to get at with my line of questioning more details about why that is.
But I said we're going on a rabbit hole, and so I'm going to stop it. We're going on a rabbit hole. When you present your case, if you have evidence, you can present that. But let's move on, sir. Let's move on from that line of questioning.
Okay. So, do you know? Sorry, this is a question to the investigator. Do you know how close Minor Elementary School is to the establishment? What the distance between the two of those is?
I do not, sir. It was not on my list of 400 feet or 1,200 feet of the establishment.
And when you make that list of the 400 feet, it looks on the map like you used like a centroid, like something that's in the middle of the establishment. Is that correct? Or how is that? Do you know how that process is?
It is a site that we use on an enforcement that I get from another investigator who gets the GIS information. It is a request that we send to, again, the GIS folks, and they give me go back to my exhibit here. It just gives me a list of establishments that, well, the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration ABC licenses located within 1,200 feet of the establishment, and it gives me a circle of where the establishment would be right there in the middle, and within 1,200 feet, the establishment who have an ABCA license within that circle. So I have one for 1,200 feet and I have another one for 400 feet. And on both of those exhibits that I showed when I shared my screen, there was no schools or anything of that nature within the information that I received from the GIS.
Okay. No further questions.
Any questions that any board member would like to ask? Hearing none. Mr. Harris, thank you very much for your testimony. You have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Jackson, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, sir. I'd like to call the first witness, Ms. Zibanai.
Ma'am, can you raise your right hand, please? Ma'am, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Ma'am, I need you to turn your, do you hear me? Can you hear me? I cannot hear you, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Do you, all right. All right. You're a witness. I need you to have your, you can put your hand down, ma'am. I need you to hang. Okay, so your line needs to be open. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
Yes. Good morning. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you pronounce your first and last name, please?
Vena Zavanai?
And are you the owner of the location at 1447 Maryland Avenue Northeast?
Yes.
And when did you exactly take ownership of that location or sign the lease?
It's February 1, 2025.
Okay, and since you signed the lease, have you had any contact with any members of the community stopping
No.
by?
No.
How often have you been inside the establishment doing some, say, renovations or improvements?
It's 2 times a week.
Okay, during those 2 times a week, did you recall seeing anyone stopping by or wanted to stop by to ask you what type of business was coming to that location?
No.
Do you have a trash contract in place currently?
Yes.
And how often is the trash picked up?
3 times a week.
And do you have rodent-proof trash cans in
Yes.
front of your establishment? And how
Yes.
many do you have about?
2 in the front, 2 in back.
And for your deliveries in the future, where would your deliveries and trash pickup be?
It's front and back.
How about the food deliveries?
It's front or back.
Okay, so either in the front or back. Now, is there ample parking spaces for deliveries?
Yes.
Do you make sure that in front of your establishment is free of litter or any debris?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Any questions, sir?
I'm sorry, are you referring to me?
Yes, sir. Any questions?
Yes, I have a few questions. Let's see here. Just a moment, please, sorry. Vanessa, you described signing in a lease on February 1st of 2025. I'm wondering who is that who's that lease signed with? Who's the other party in that lease? Your landlord.
It's Wanda.
Can you say that again?
Lord,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
the 1447 Maryland Avenue, LLC.
Okay. Do you know who owns 1447 Maryland Avenue LLC?
What?
Are you aware of who owns 1447 Maryland Avenue LLC?
Wyndham C.
Wyndham Demacy. Okay. Do you have does that individual have any ownership or control interest in your business?
No,
Have you ever worked with that individual before in the past on other business ventures?
no,
You've never worked with Wyndham before on another business venture.
no.
Do you are you the same owner that once was licensed before this board for let me rephrase that. Are you familiar with 8th Street Liquors? 8th Street.
Yes.
What's your relationship to that establishment? Well, how are you familiar with it?
Excuse me?
How are you familiar with that establishment?
I was the owner.
You were the owner.
Mhm.
And what was the company's name that owned that business actually? Because you owned it through an LLC, correct?
I
What was
don't
the name of that
remember.
company?
I don't remember now.
You don't remember the name of the company that you owned? Sorry, ma'am, you don't remember the name of the company that you owned?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I do. It's the name of isn't the name of the company that you owned Wyndham Benny Inc.
I don't know. That's not.
Okay, we have evidence that we'll present at a later time that shows that that is the case. Do you remember? Have you ever been the owner of any other establishments in the District of Columbia at any point in time?
Where?
Have you ever owned any other Class A or Class B establishments in the District of Columbia at any other time?
And say again.
Have you ever owned any other liquor establishments or beer or wine, anything Class A or Class B? Have you ever owned another
No.
establishment?
No.
No. Are you familiar with an establishment? Are you familiar with a business called Gadira Market?
Yes.
What's your relationship to that business?
That's mine.
You own that business. Was that an
That's
ABCA
mine.
licensee?
Before I worked there. But now it's closed.
I'm sorry, ma'am. You worked there or you owned that business?
That's mine. I'm owner of the.
You're the owner of that business.
Yeah.
And that business was licensed by ABCA, correct?
It's
You
burned
didn't have a
the
license.
fire. It's before almost 3 years. It's the store. It's burned. The fireworks. It's July 4. After
So
that, closed.
I'm asking about your history of having licenses, regardless of whether or not those licenses are currently active. Just owning these businesses or having these licenses
No.
at any time.
No,
Okay, but you just said
it's
that
not
you did
active.
own this business. It's not active. Yes. Do you have any other interests in any other active business, any other active licensees here in the district at this time?
No,
Has there ever been a time in the past where you have held more than one interest or dual interest in ABCA licensees in the District of Columbia?
no,
Do you remember signing a settlement agreement for 8th Street Liquors as the owner of Wyndham Benny Inc. And the owner, therefore, of that establishment? Do you remember signing a settlement agreement for 8th Street Liquors
I don't
with the
remember.
ANC? Okay. You did sign a settlement agreement with the ANC for that establishment. And in that settlement agreement, you listed contact information for resolving a conflict. Can you explain why in that document you listed as your email address getida@yahoo.com? Is that your email address?
Yeah, that's my address.
That's your email address.
Mhm.
You're the only person who controls that email.
I got 2 emails.
You have other emails. Ma'am, it looks like you're talking to someone off camera. Okay.
Well, sir, let me, sir, if I notice that, I will ask that. I see that she's her eyes, but clearly she went and got her baby. So, but let me be the judge of that, okay, sir? All right.
Sure. So again, what are your email addresses? You said you had more than one email address.
Which one email address?
Yeah, could you just name what your email addresses are that you use?
Okay. Yes. I have 2. Which one is it?
Could you name what those?
Ida at.
You said
You hear me?
Ida.
You hear me?
No, I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Okay. Get Idu
Mm-hmm.
at Yahoo.
Mm-hmm. And if there's another.
Venus 050131 @gmail.com.
Okay. And there's no other email addresses that you use in your business.
No.
Okay. Are you aware that in several business filings for the companies that you're related to, you've listed an address of 1909 Rosemont Drive in Maryland? Do you live on Rosemont Drive in Maryland?
Yes.
You do. That's your home address.
Yeah.
So are you related to Wendim Demisi, the other person that we've been talking about in this discussion?
No, he's my landlord.
So you're not related at all in any familial connection or anything like that?
No.
Are you friends?
No.
No, you're not friends.
No.
Okay. Do you recall when Gadira Market burned down your business in 2023 that Wendim Demisi organized a GoFundMe campaign for you that raised $12,000 out of a $100,000 goal? Do you remember that?
Yes.
So you don't consider him to be a friend, even though he raised $12,000 for you after the tragedy of your business burning down?
Just he helped me.
Okay. So do you know that Wendim Demisi also lives on Rosemont Drive?
Yes.
And does he live in the same house that you live in?
Yes.
So you live together. So he's more than just your landlord. You also live in the same house. Is that correct?
Yeah. He's my. I live it there. It's the room bed. Room bed.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you say that again?
He's my landlord. I live there. It's the room bed.
So you rent a room from him out of his house,
Yes.
and you also rent this establishment that is where your business is going to be from him.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know a person named Ida Leon?
You say what?
Do you know a person named Ida Leon?
Wonder wife.
Ida Leon.
She's a wonder wife.
She's Wyndham's wife. That's right. And have you worked with Ida in the past on any business ventures?
Yeah,
Which business ventures would those be?
no business. Let's say that I live there, but it's not a business.
So you haven't collaborated with her on any business ventures in the past?
No business.
At any time have you been listed as an officer of a company in Prince George's County, Maryland, that was called Ida Convenience, also an alcohol retailer?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember it. So last year you were sworn in for a transfer of the license from Ida's Convenience to a different owner for this business that exists on Sheriff Road in Prince George's County. Do you remember the business in Prince George's County on Sheriff Road? Did you work for that business, or did you own that business?
I don't remember that. What one it is away?
You don't remember if you worked or owned at a business on Sheriff Road in Prince George's County?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the child is very sweet, but could we please have the Miss?
I can't tell the witness that she needs to dispose what she needs to do with her child, sir.
I'm just saying, just place it so we can, hear
Sir,
her correctly.
Mr. Meadows, I cannot. I mean, I cannot. We started off this where Mr. Abogado, I'm sorry, Abogaji thought that she was looking at someone.
Sure.
We saw what she was looking at. There was a child, and the child is there with her. I can't tell her not to have her child. I mean, all I can ask her to do is to try to make sure that we have her attention and she has our attention. But
it's just hard to understand. I hope you can understand that. Thank you.
Do you remember if you've worked at or owned a business that is on Sheriff Road in Prince George's County? It's a convenience store.
All right. I guess where are we going with that? Okay. She owns the business and she worked on and she owns a business in Prince George's County. Why is that relevant?
Chairperson, I would ask.
Why is that? Why what? Why this is in Maryland. If you want to talk about,
I'm trying to answer your question, Chairperson.
I'm sorry, sir.
I'm trying to answer your question, Chairperson.
No, but listen. If you want to talk about DC properties, fine. I'm not aware. Even if she owns 100 businesses in Maryland, I'm not aware of there isn't a prohibition of her owning these businesses in DC. So if you want to ask her about DC-based businesses, fine. But whether or not she's involved or she owns businesses in Maryland, unless you're going to say that she's a bad owner or she's had all these infractions on her license in Maryland, and so that should impact on us giving her a license in DC. That is not relevant to this case. And so let's move on. If you want to ask her questions about ownership stakes in DC licenses in businesses that in DC that ABCA has issued a license, I would allow that. But talking about ownership in businesses in Maryland, I'm going to end that there. Okay, sir?
Sure. Again, Vanessa, have you worked in a business capacity with a person named Ida Leon in the past?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, and as you said before, Ida Leon is Windim's wife, correct?
But why this relevant? Why this relevant? You're aware that a husband can own a property in DC, And a wife can, I mean, a husband can have a license in DC, and a husband can also own a license in DC.
I'm aware of that, yes.
You're aware
I
of
am
that.
aware of that.
So you're asking about whether or not so where are we going with this? So whether or not, if she knows the wife, she has worked with the wife, where are we going with these suppositions?
I believe I've stated before, Chairperson, what our belief is, which is that this is a straw applicant, and we would like the board to have patience with us in letting us establish through public filings, through evidence that we've submitted to this board.
But where is it? Okay, where are the documents? You're asking her questions.
We'll present them when we.
She said, but where are the public filings?
Would you like us to go through our exhibits now?
No, but okay, you're doing cross-examination, okay? Where you're asking her,
I'm saying I'm trying to elucidate some information that will be relevant later when we present our exhibits, but we could also present our exhibits now. We're totally willing to reference those if you want to, if we're allowed to. Are we allowed to?
Mr. Chairman, may I say something?
Yes, sir.
This doesn't have anything to do with the protest issues of peace, order, and quiet. And if
I cannot hear you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, I cannot hear you. Mr. Jackson, I cannot hear you. All I heard from you was that this has nothing to do with peace, order, and quiet. That's all I heard.
Right. I'm sorry, sir. I said that if any have any information and he wanted to disclose something, the application has been vetted by ABRA. And I think that we need to move into the protest issues of peace, order, and quiet because time is going and this doesn't have nothing to do with peace, order, and quiet.
And that is true. I mean, you protest the hearing on peace, order, and quiet. That's not a protestable issue. So I don't understand why we're going here through the ownership. I mean, the bottom line is that.
Mr. Chair, this goes to fitness under 25301A.
But this is not a fitness hearing, sir. We're not.
I'm saying that the law prohibits the board from issuing a license in the case that what I'm saying is true. And so
but we don't know if that's true, sir. Sir, I don't know. I don't know if that's true.
Right.
Look, sir.
And I'm saying we have evidence to show the board today
that
what we're saying is true.
Listen, I don't know what your evidence is, sir. You are cross-examining a witness. Okay? Yes. You're cross-examining a witness. That's what you're doing. There's no evidence. You're asking questions. She's answering your questions. She's answering your questions. There's no evidence. There's nothing in the record for you to say, So
We'll wait for our turn. There's no further questions for the witness.
Ms. Zemene, can you tell, I don't know, what is this business? You're applying for a license. What type of business you're applying for a license for?
I opened the coffee, breakfast, and beer and wine.
I'm sorry, you open a what?
Coffee, breakfast, beer and wine.
So what is it? So what are you serving for breakfast?
It's sandwich, just like it's.
I'm sorry, what, ma'am?
The sandwich, it's a different kind for the breakfast stuff. It's not all of them.
So what experience?
Bakery, it's bakery.
All right, so what experience do you have in operating this type of business, ma'am?
Just it's.
I'm sorry, ma'am. What experience do you have?
It's Gadara. I worked before. Now it's Gadara.
I'm not following you, ma'am.
I work in Gadara Market. Gadara Market. I work it's there before now.
Doing what? What's Gadara Market? I don't know what that is. I'm not familiar with it.
Market before I have it's the DC. It's the burning store. I try some.
It's what type of, ma'am? I don't know what that is. So I don't know who you are. So I'm asking you to tell me who you are. I don't know what Gadara Market is. So Tell me what it is. I'm trying for you to tell me who you are because I don't know who you are. And
Just
you're
I
asking me to
said,
give you a license.
okay, just I work before now. I have another, the Gadara market. It's already, I closed the firework. It's burned the store. I stopped, but now I try to again. That one, it's burning the firework, the July 4.
So what was Gadara Market? What was that? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that establishment. What was that?
Just beer, wine, convenience store, and just some breakfast. I have to do that.
And so how long how long was this place in operation?
It's 3 years. I work 3 years.
And so during the 3 years that it was in operation, so you were the owner of this establishment, ma'am?
Yes.
And during the 3 years that it was open, did you ever have any ABCA violations?
Yeah, no.
All right. Any other questions by any other board members?
And Mr. Chairman, for the record, I submitted a menu in my exhibit.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, that was your witness. You didn't put anything in the record, so this is not your opportunity, sir. Any other questions by any board members?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Where did you get your alcohol at the prior business?
It's the Gadara Market 4600.
Where did you buy the alcohol for that business? What vendor, what distributor, what wholesalers did you use?
It's premium Capitolega.
No further questions.
Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Abugashid, do you have any questions offered based on the questions that were asked by the board? It's only questions that were asked by the board. Any follow-up questions that you have that based on the questions that we asked?
No.
Mr. Jackson, any follow-up, any questions that you need to ask, sir? Any redirect that you need to ask, sir?
Yes, Ms. Venice, would you be serving food products like coffee, sandwiches, things of that sort?
Yes.
Did you provide a menu listing in Exhibit 6A and 6B, listing all of the food products that you will be carrying? Breakfast sandwiches, salads, hot sandwiches.
Mr. Jackson, if you have exhibits, why have you not brought these exhibits in the record? Why have you not?
They are in the record.
Mr. Jackson, you've been doing this long enough. It is not in the record until you bring them in the record in this hearing.
Okay,
you need to, sir. If you're going to rely on documents and witnesses, you need to introduce them into evidence and move them into evidence. There are no documents in evidence unless one of you move these documents in evidence. So if there's an exhibit, you need to identify it and ask to move it in evidence, sir.
Okay, sir. You're absolutely right. Apologies, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move to enter Exhibit 1, 2, 3, 4,
What you need to
5.
do, sir.
Yes.
You need to ask the witness, you need to have her identify the documents. Once she has identified the documents and testified on the document, then you can ask to move it in evidence, sir. So the first thing you need to do, Ms. Oriana, can you give Mr. Jackson permission for him to share his screen?
Access granted. I do notice that Mr. Jackson's on a mobile device. Not sure if that'll be challenging to share.
Yes, I am on the mobile device.
So therefore, you can't share your screen. So you can't share your screen
Correct.
to
Yeah.
introduce these documents and evidence.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And what are the documents that I don't have them? I can't. So what are the documents that you're trying to move in evidence, sir?
The documents I'm trying to move into evidence, sir, was the condition of the establishment prior to it being renovated and being built, how it used to look previously, the inside of the establishment, and the menu of the business that they will be providing. Also, the trash area where the trash is going to be stored and located. And I provided those documents along with my PIP, sir.
And I know that you do that, sir, but you are aware that
Yes, I am.
the board hasn't seen those documents. None of us have seen those documents. They are not part of the evidence. They are only part of the evidence once a witness testifies to them. They are introduced, the person identifies them, and then you're asked to move them into evidence. And once you move them into evidence, then they are removed from the PIP and they become a part of the evidence in this case. Unless they are presented here and moved into evidence, they are not a part of the record.
Okay, sir.
Any other questions you want to ask her, sir?
No, sir, that's it.
Do you have any? Ms. Ebene, thank you for your testimony. Do you have another witness you wish to call?
No,
I
sir,
can't
that's
hear
it.
you, Mr. Chair.
No,
All right.
sir.
It's 3:11. We're off the record until 3:30. Then you can present your case. So we'll be back at 3:30. Thank you. Just don't sign off. Just mute your phone and your video. 3:30.
Okay.
Ma'am, you can turn your video off, ma'am. We're back on the record. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. All right. Mr. Abugaji, do you have a witness you wish to call, sir?
Yes, myself. Is that
Can
appropriate?
you
for me
raise
to
your
call?
right? Can you raise your right hand, please?
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Do.
All right. So how do you present? How are you gonna? Or well, I guess you're just gonna testify, knowing that once you're done, Mr. Jackson will cross-examine you, and the board will cross-examine you also.
Okay, sure. So I'd like to go through the exhibits that we submitted with our PIF and sort of walk the board through our thinking on them. So I don't know if I need to share my screen in order to do this, or
Yes,
if
so you have to share your screen. So you have to ask permission to share your screen. And
Okay.
so, Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Abugaji to share his screen?
Access granted.
Okay. Just
I guess you were listening to what I said earlier, sir.
okay. So here we have just a moment. Sorry. You guys see that yet? Oh, no, hold on. Gotta give it a permission. Just 1 minute. Sorry, bear with me. Sorry.
Mr. Oriana,
Try
can you provide any assistance, sir? What's the issue you're having, sir?
When I
You're on
speak,
a
the
Mac?
chair says, yeah, I'm on a Mac.
You may have to go into the system preferences and then unlock it, allow it, relock.
Did that. The only problem is that it's telling me that I might have to quit the application and
Yeah, you may have to. You may have to for the permissions.
Okay, is that okay? Is it okay if I do that, chairperson?
Well,
Leave.
then you have to log back in. Okay, so
Yeah.
okay,
So
sure.
okay. I'll be back then.
Okay. Oh.
Just waiting for him to rejoin.
Sure, thank you.
We're waiting, Chairman.
Thank you.
So sorry everyone for that delay. I'm going to try sharing the screen now. Okay.
You should have access now.
Okay, yes, it looks like it's working. Let me just see. So option C screen. Can everyone see? Wait, hold on. Share. Okay. Hopefully everyone can see that. Yes. So I'm just going to go through our exhibits quickly. I don't know if you have these available to yourself to look at on your screens as well, because it might be useful to look at them more closely. But the first is a hearing that occurred in 2018. Sorry, in 2021. That was related to a matter called S&G Wine and Liquors. And the reason why I'll read the annotations that I've made here, which is that this is a hearing transcript from S&G Wine and Liquors. This particular hearing is related to this case because it has to do with the individual that we've been talking about, the Wundim Demisi, in a very similar set of facts to the current case. A very similar event happened in 2018, in which the board conducted an investigation and issued a cease and desist at that time, based on similar reasons that we're bringing to your attention today, which is that Wundim was holding himself out to be a owner of an establishment that was actually owned by a family member, and that in doing so, it had appeared that a illegal license transfer had occurred. When that cease and desist was issued, he requested a hearing, and that is the transcript that I have entered into evidence here with Exhibit 1A, which is the transcript of that hearing about the cease and desist. Now, in this hearing, a few things happened that made it such that it was not the ideal set of proceedings for getting to the bottom of what had happened in this situation. First of all, there was a missing witness that wasn't able to testify. The lead investigator, Dantzler, who was the one who investigated the infraction originally, wasn't available. So her supervisor was the only one who was available at the time to testify. Because of that, she was not able to defend her report that had stated pretty clearly that Wundim had held himself out to be the owner and had told her rather that he was the owner specifically. He testified in a way that was contrary to that, but because she was not there and the supervisor could not testify to her exact experience, that was left sort of unchallenged. Also in that hearing, there was an issue with two of the people were in the same location, Bundim and his mother, Gannett, who is the owner of Gannett Inc. that owns the establishment, were in the same location. And so that caused some technological difficulties with hearing each other. And at one point, you, chairperson, actually made a very specific point of asking asking the respondent, the person who was testifying, Gannett, not to get answers from her son, who was standing off screen. I'm just going to go through a couple of points from this, and then we'll move forward. So again, yeah, the Wundim Demisi, who was a license, is listed here as licensee, although he's was not in this case claiming to be a licensee. He was claiming that he actually was not acting in that capacity. And so basically the reason why we've included this document is because it shows that, one, we believe that the board had it right the first time around here when it went through this investigation and issued this cease and desist. The investigator visited establishments multiple times that were related to Wundim and owned by family members of his. And every time they were there, they found that they couldn't find the owner, that the owner was actually in Ethiopia at the time, and that Wundim was in effect actually running the business. This is obviously not allowed, and in the end, the board issued an order that said that while they had been persuaded that there was only a misunderstanding or that something that the investigator had misunderstood the situation, they vacated the order, but in fact they did issue a specific warning to Wundim that said that you cannot manage another off-premises liquor retailer in the district without the permission of the board, without a management agreement being filed, and that power of attorney does not count as something that would qualify for presenting that. So this is an important precedent, one, because it shows that the board has in the past issued a very strong set of, has very strongly held that these issues are something that are within the board's purview to probe. They are an applicant must, or a licensee must demonstrate at the board's request that they are not, that they are the true and actual owner of their establishment, and that ownership matters and control matters as well in board proceedings. I think that you all know that already, but I wanted to show that this is a situation that has happened before with the same individual in a very similar circumstance. I believe that in vacating the order, the board mistakenly only emboldened the bad actors in this instance to continue to abuse the system and to engage in very similar activities in other places. So I'll go over through our next exhibit. So in this hearing as well, Wundim very specifically says that this is his mother's business and that he has nothing to do with it really, except for just watching it while she's away. And that other than that, he has no sort of interest in this business. So I'm going to go back and open up our second exhibit, which is 1B, and that is showing that the cease and desist was vacated. But again, that advice that was imposed there under the conditions that the establishment shall not be managed by a person, including the owner's son, that currently holds another retailer's off-premises license pursuant to the DC code. So that's been established very strongly by this board. Let's see. So what we found was that in 2018, this was not mentioned during the 2021 hearing, but if you go back to the roll call hearing for S&G Wine and Liquors in 2018, you'll find that it actually was owned at that time by a different company. So it wasn't owned by Gannett Inc. at that time. It was owned by a company known as IDA Incorporated LLC. again, I just want to remind everyone that Ida Leon is Wendim Demisi's wife. And in this case, the business was owned by Ida Leon. She appeared at the roll call hearing as the owner, which means that in 2018, the business was owned by his wife. In 2021, it was owned by his mother. In both instances, he acted in a way that looked as if he were acting as an owner. Here, you can see during the transcript that if you get down to the part where Laverne notices that Wendim is present, she almost misses the fact that that's actually that he's there. And so I'm glad that she caught that, because remember, this was back when you actually had to go in person and show up, so they were physically there. But she says, "Oh, and your name, sir," and he spells his name. He's there sort of alongside Ida, not saying explicitly that he's the owner, but he speaks as if he were the owner in the subsequent discussion, asking, using sort of the first person and asking things like, is this the meeting that we are going to need to bring our lawyer for? And, or is this, and answering scheduling questions when it comes to when they should have the next hearing, or the mediation rather, which shows that he has been involved intimately in the process of managing and running S&G from years prior, but did not represent that to the board in an accurate way, and wasn't forthcoming about that to the board. I think had the board known and understood the extent to which him and his family members were involved in other capacities and through other businesses at that time in 2021, that they might have reconsidered lifting that cease and desist, because I think it goes to show that he was substantively in control of that business throughout that entire time frame. That sort of sets the stage for what's happening here, because in this case we are dealing with much the same set of facts. Wendim has before shown a willingness to be dishonest before the board, and so that is our Exhibit 3, which shows that he had interfered with an investigation into he had interfered with an investigation and submitted an offer in compromise for Venus 2 Inc., which was at the time the other retailer that he owned. So that was a separate retailer than S&G. He already owned a liquor store, and that's why it was somewhat problematic that he was holding himself out to be the owner of S&G, when really it was his mother's business. So Exhibit 3 really just shows a pattern of dishonesty before the board. Let's see here, going back. So Exhibit 4, the name Sophie is something that's really important. The naming of these businesses is something that really can tip you off to what's going on here. The name of the business that owns this current applicant is Sophie DC Inc. And I'll just read the annotation here on this Exhibit 4A, which is that corporate registration information shows that Ida and Wendim use a distinctive naming convention when naming business entities that they incorporate for commercial purposes. This practice dates back to at least 2015, and use of the name Sophie, or Sophie with an F, is one of their most persistent traditions. And this moniker appears in the name of several businesses that they've created. Other naming conventions favored by the couple include their first and last names or those of their family members, sometimes followed by the number 1 or 2 if they previously used that name for an earlier venture. Occasionally, the suffix Z will also appear attached to a name, as in this Corp Online filing for Sophie Z Inc. The limited list of names below are consistently reused, although sometimes abbreviated, modified, or concatenated to form unique iterations which are nonetheless recognizable based on this years-long pattern. I also would like to point out here the business address. This is the address that we were talking about earlier during the cross-examination of Vanessa, when I asked her about the property on Rosemont Drive. That's the residential address of Wendim and Ida as well. So surprisingly, one of these names actually is related to the applicant as well, Venus, Vanessa, or Veni. When she owned Gadira Market, that was owned by a company known as Veni Inc. Veni being an abbreviation of Venice. Subsequent to that, she again had that business burned down in 2023. Wundim organized a GoFundMe fundraiser for her in that year, where they raised $12,000 out of a $100,000 goal. And on GoFundMe, you're allowed to keep that money anyway, so they did walk away with those funds, but they didn't reach their goal of $100,000, which was meant to rebuild the business. So Gadira Market never reopened. What did reopen there subsequent to that is 8th Street Liquors, which was owned by a company known as Wendem Veni, which is a concatenation of Wundim and Vanessa's names. That's the business that she mentioned owning, that went by the trade name of 8th Street Liquors. You'll also notice in this document that Ida Leon is listed as well, his wife, as the non-commercial registered agent. This is typical of their businesses. They frequently will list Ida as the non-commercial registered agent. The address that she lists there is sometimes changes between the businesses, but you'll notice that there's an email address there at the bottom there, wundaida@yahoo.com. And this is an interesting inclusion, because here there is an email that was sent from ABCA Legal after our status hearing, where we first raised these issues to the board. That email contained within it the PIF documents, and it said basically, this this hearing has been scheduled, and we're going to continue to a protest hearing after your status, after today's status hearing. That email was sent with 3 recipients, myself, Jeff Jackson, and this email address, wundaida@yahoo.com. It's not clear to me why that email address was included on the participant list, but I assume that that means that it must be the case that it was somehow associated with this application. Now, Wundaida is verifiably an email that's controlled by Wundim. Sometimes Ida lists it, but it is controlled by Wundim, and the other email address that they sometimes use is getida@yahoo.com, and that one is verifiably controlled by Ida. These are also the same email addresses that Vanessa has been saying that on various filings that are her own. I think that in looking through these documents, you'll see that that is not the case, and that it is the case that the email addresses that she's listing as her contact information actually belong to Wundim and Ida, which begs the question, how is it that she's managing these businesses and putting these contacts out into the world as her own if they're actually controlled by other individuals who are also ABCA licensees and therefore prohibited from holding these interests in multiple off-premises retailers. I still don't really understand how it is possible that Wundaida was one of the recipients of that email, and I can actually show that email as well if you'd like. Let's see here. 1 second. Yes. So we have, let's see. Hearing this one. So here you can see that that's the reply all, but this is where the email was sent. It's titled Dear Parties, and it came from ABCA Legal. If I show this address section here, you'll see that Kendra sent it to the protestant and the applicant's representatives, as well as this third email address. That third email address, again, is Wundim's email address, and it also appears here, and you can see that it's associated as well with Ida as well in various corporate filings. This sort of goes back to what I was asking the investigator at the beginning of these proceedings, and because it's interesting and relevant how it came to be that he got in contact with Wundim, who's not listed on the application. and could not be listed on the application because it would be illegal for him to have this license. And yet he has been involved in every step of the process so far. He showed up at the roll call hearing for this matter, and Vanessa actually didn't even show up to that meeting. I mean, her representative was there, but Wundim was there as well. He participated in our mediation, our first mediation. He, has been involved apparently to the extent that the investigator talked to him instead of me about this business because it actually is his business. I mean, this business is substantively controlled by Wundim. It cannot be shown that way on paperwork because it would be illegal for him to get another license in this instance. So I show in the next several documents that there's just other business connections and relationships to be that show that there is a consistent history of using the name Sophie in various businesses that were created by Wundim and Ida. It's one of their, calling cards. You have Sophie LLC that was created here in 2024. And you see again that the registered non-commercial agent is Wundim Demisi, and that email address is there as well, Wundida. It's not easy to explain why or how that ended up as one of the recipients of that email where it was addressed from ABCA to parties. And so that's 4B, entering that into the record as well. 4C is the beneficial ownership of Sophie LLC, which shows that that company is indeed owned by Wundim. And this is again that address that we see, the 10909 Rosemont Drive, which is the address that Vanessa lives at. She shares this address with Wundim and Ida. So we have that as 4C, beneficial ownership information there. So moving on to 4D, you'll see that in the floors that are above this business in that building, 1447 Maryland Avenue, owned by 1447 Maryland Avenue LLC, is a short stay rental business that is operating through Airbnb. So the condos that are there are being rented out through Airbnb, and the host name for that Airbnb business is Sophie Guest Place. Definitively, the person who controls Sophie Guest Place and who runs the Airbnb is Wundim. That's something that he created, and this account is something that he created. That also ties in as well to the name of the business, B&B, Convenience and More, which obviously relates to the bed and breakfast. They're tied in multiple ways throughout the brand and the naming of the organizations in a way that makes it seem suspicious that they should be so in coordination if Wundim is only just an uninterested landlord that had no part in coming up with this idea or has no part in the ongoing control of the business. So that's just what this one says here in 4D, that the host name is an orthographic variation of the name Sophie. That's 4D. So moving on from those, there are a number of other filings like that you can find through Corp Online. I could have put a dozen of them, but I didn't want to overwhelm the board with many filings. There are a number of businesses that have been created and dissolved over the years to act as the owners of record for the various liquor businesses that this group owns in DC, almost on a yearly basis. And it's something that it makes it very difficult, I think, for investigators or for regulators to keep up with. So I had mentioned earlier when I was talking to Vanessa about her relationship with Ida as well, just to establish that there is a previous relationship running a very similar business to the one that is being proposed here, directly with Ida as the actual sort of owner. And so this comes from the Prince George's County Liquor Board. I know that, Chairperson, you mentioned not wanting to get into this, so I won't spend very much time with this document, but I did want to explain why it's there in our exhibits. You can see here that there is a transfer of license that was entered into the record there, where Ida Leon is listed as the president and secretary, and Vanessa is the assistant secretary for a Class D off-premises beer and wine convenience store. And so here we have, and this was only just last year in 2024. So very recently, you have a business that is being operated that is substantially similar to the one that's being opened today, where the actual owner of that business was Ida, not Vanessa, but that they did work together. So again, more connections between the three of them. There are many of these in public records that you can find. So we have, it's 4E, or sorry, that's 5. Exhibit 6, looking at so as I've mentioned before, Wundim and Ida are both also ABCA licensees themselves. They both have Class A liquor licenses with this board. They've named other companies. This other company here is Demisi One, which again is is the name of Wundim. And you can see this is just the beneficial ownership information that's listed in Corp Online that shows that he is the incorporator and contact, but Ida Leon also is an executing officer in that business. Now, this is interesting because they list here, as you'll notice, different addresses. The 16th Street address with this apartment and the 10909 Rosemont Drive. They do live at the 10909 Rosemont Drive. The 16th Street address, as far as we can tell, is probably somewhere where the sister of Ida lives, Lily Leon. But again, it's probably just to have an address in the district that they are allowed to register as non-commercial registered agents. So this is an interesting thing to note because the beneficial ownership here shows that both Wundim and Ida are beneficial owners of Demisi One, and that has a Class A liquor license. If we go and look at another current Class A liquor licensee, that would be Leon One Inc. And this is, again, both of these are current ABCA licensees and are on the roster for September. And you can see that Ida Leon is the beneficial owner of this Class A retailer. So I'm not sure how that is permissible under the law, but they both have relationships already previously to off-premises liquor establishments and are therefore prohibited from holding any more, which would mean that there is a reason why we don't see them appearing explicitly on this application, because they are not allowed to do that. That is, I think, important to note. This is a pattern as well that over time has shown that there is a desire to control more than one liquor license in violation of the law. We argue that these connections represent a nexus of control that really shows that they're operating not as individual businesses, but have vested interests in one another, conflicts of interest in one another, and are operating as a organized organization in which one person, Wundim, has functional control over all of the licenses. And that's not something that is obviously allowed under the law. So that's Exhibit 7. Exhibit 8 is important because it talks about Wundim Veni. Veni Inc. again was the company that owned Gadira Market that the applicant Vanessa Zabene was the owner of, that burned down in 2023. After it burned down in 2023, that company Veni Inc. Ceased to exist, and again they had their GoFundMe campaign, and that wasn't successful in raising the $100,000 needed to keep the business open. But subsequently to that, there was a new business opened at 8th Street called 8th Street Liquors at 725 8th Street, where the business that had started the company was called Wundim Veni. So taking Veni Inc., combining it with Wundim, and you get Wundim Veni. It's very clear that there must have been some business relationship there as well, because of the initial capital that was needed to start these businesses. Here is listed on the settlement agreement that was signed in 2023. Again, Wundim Veni, you got Vanessa Zabene there as the owner, and she lists the email address getida@yahoo.com. Although she testified earlier that that is her email address, it's verifiable through other Corp Online filings and various things, that is actually Ida Leon's address, which makes a lot more sense because it has her name in the address. So she's listing here herself as the owner, but in fact, she's putting a contact that will lead people to be able to communicate directly with Ida instead of herself. The name Woondim is in the name of the business. The capital that would be required to start the business seems to have come from a different source, because it's not from that GoFundMe campaign that was started by Woondim. You have all of the pieces here sort of sitting in front of you that show that here is an instance exactly like the instance that we are in now, where you have two people who had licenses at that time and could not hold other off-premises licenses, that became deeply associated with this third off-premises retailer using Van Ness as a straw applicant. They were able to assert control over a third business that they would not have otherwise been allowed or permitted to manage or own. You can see that through the contact information that they're putting, through their addresses that they're listing on Corp Online filings, through the names of the companies themselves. When you look at it in the macro perspective, it's very clear that there are relationships between these companies that are prohibited, that are being allowed to exist only because these applicants are not being forthcoming with the board in their applications, and they're not declaring these things as they're required to by the law. So that was in 2023, and that's our Exhibit 8. Okay, so Exhibit 9 is just to show that this is the tip of the iceberg. We really don't know the extent to which this network extends. There are a number of other businesses owned in Maryland, in Baltimore, in the district that are associated as well with this organization that we believe exists. One of them is Zacharias Inc., otherwise known as Zeki Liquors. That is a business that is currently owned by his mother, again, Gannett. It appears that is potentially being run by power of attorney. So it's again multiple business licenses that have these deep connections to one another, multiple liquor licenses rather, that have these deep connections to one another, and that can be seen very clearly in the way that they're registered, the way they're named, the way that they're being run. So this is just to show that Gannett here is again there's this multiple reuse of different email addresses that sort of belong in collective to the organization. We have that Wundida email address there again. That is the one that also showed up as a recipient of an email in this matter from ABCA Legal. And that's listed as Gannett's email address. Really, it belongs to Woondim. So we have Exhibit 9. Exhibit 10 is a series of text messages that were sent between myself and Woondim last year, talking about this business. I had asked him what his plans were for this business. So again, in S&G Wine and Liquors, he was sort of got in trouble for holding himself out to be the owner of the establishment when he really wasn't. He's done that in practical ways to us as neighbors, and perhaps even to the investigator. Like, that was sort of what I was trying to get at in asking him how he came to have the name Woondim to look at anyway, or why he was talking to Woondim. But there is a pattern of holding himself out to be this business out to be his own. Here you can see basically it starts out with just another question that I'd asked about something else having to do with the construction project, asking about a porta potty that had been left there. But very quickly at the end of this first image, you can see it gets into discussing his plans for the building. So I asked him, any idea when you'll begin leasing those units? And he said in response, hopefully by next month or two, everything is done except for Pepco, and we'll apply for a certificate of occupancy. That's 10A. 10B is, let's see, I will show you that. 10B says, I respond, great, any tenant for the first floor retail yet? And he says, it looks like not yet, but I'm opening like Foxtrot Concept. If anyone is familiar with what Foxtrot, the company was, it was a sort of craft beer wine neighborhood retailer that is very similar to the business model that is being opened up Airbnb. He says drawing submitted and waiting for permit. And I said, oh, you want to operate it yourself? Because I thought that was surprising to me. And he said, yeah, because I currently run different retail restaurants and coffee shops. So we have experience, but so busy. I don't just trying to lease, but no one comes, especially on these economy. It's very hard for everyone to open business. And I responded, yes, we have a lot of empty storefronts in the area. So here he's describing exactly the business that ended up becoming the applicant. He's describing B&B, Convenience and More, as something that is his, and he's affirming, very explicitly that he plans on running it himself. That this is his idea, this is his vision, and it doesn't make sense to assume that this idea that happens to be exactly his in his building, that he somehow has nothing to do with it. Just because another person has shown up to claim sort of ownership through being listed as the applicant sort of nominally. The last messages just sort of conclude that that exchange, which just says, he says, yep, so I can put my visions, hopefully the economy is great, and we will sell the business and keep the property. I don't see any coffee shop with light breakfast, bakery, craft beer for pickup around there, so it will work. And I said, oh, cool, I hope it turns out great. Can't wait to see it finished. And he says, I hope so. It's just, I am crazy busy with all my retails, just bought a shopping center in DC, but we'll make it happen. So in my mind, the reason why I put this here is just to show that for over a year, he's been holding himself out to be the owner of this business. And in effect, he really has been the owner of this business. And we believe that if you were to do an investigation, which we did ask the board for in a motion yesterday, we understand that it was a bit late to submit something like that, but we do believe that the onus of this investigation should be on the board and rather than on private individuals, because there's only so much information that we have access to, that the board has many more tools at its disposal to get to the bottom of this. And we believe that it's incumbent upon the board to do so, because in the law, it says that no retailer shall be licensed that has a undisclosed interest in another licensee or in another license. And so we believe that there's strong evidence that this current applicant does actually have undisclosed interests in other licenses, and that because of that, it is not permissible for the board to grant this license in knowing that information, or at least knowing that information, that an investigation should be conducted to thoroughly fact find on this matter before the board rules on the license. To conclude, the last two images are just images that are included to show that there are issues already happening, despite the fact that the establishment is not open for operations. In the process of getting its build out completed, we've seen a lot of parking that happens to be across sidewalks and across public space that's in front of the building. And when these things sort of happen, we've gone and talked to them and asked them to move the van from across the sidewalk so people could get by. And they gave us a really hard time about that. They did not want to move it, and said, we're unloading things. And this is sort of how they treat the unloading process in the front of their building, which again, this whole area that is surrounded by that black fence is public space. I mean, bringing any vehicle up into that area to unload is essentially just bringing a vehicle onto the sidewalk. And it also is not safe because it crosses, again, that public right of way with that sidewalk there. That's a constant problem that we have at the front of their building. Essentially, they have created a de facto parking lot where there really isn't one. And that's something that is mostly a DDOT enforcement issue, but it shows that there are ongoing issues with the way that this building is being run. And we believe that those things are relevant to peace, order, and quiet, and the other appropriateness issues, because in the situation where you have two entities, one of which is not an ABCA licensee and therefore not subject to ABCA's authority, operating out of the same building, operated by the same person, it makes it very easy for one to get away with, enforcement violations, because it's very easy to say, okay, like, hey, ABCA, I know that you've noticed this violation, but it is not actually us that's responsible for the violation. It's this other company that is not under your purview that shares our building. It'd be very difficult to pinpoint where the responsibility of that lies when you have so much overlap between who the landlord is and who the actual tenant, or sensible tenant, and who the landlord of that property is. The last thing just shows that there are also trash issues as well on this Exhibit 12, which shows a day in which trash was being removed from the back of the building, and this is the alleyway that's behind the building. And you'll notice all these boxes and things that were there. What's happening is that they were collecting a lot of trash inside of the building in sort of a holding area, and they were planning on moving it out that day all at once. In order to do so, they threw it over the fence behind their building, and it collected in the alleyway. And then they got these guys to come over and collect it all, pick it up, and put it into that U-Haul that you see there and haul it away. This is because they didn't have, again, that trash pickup contract. When I asked the owner, Wundim, about this on that day, he assured me that he owns a trash collection company and that he was going to use that instead of the collection company one of the collection companies that's on the list of DPW approved collectors. So that gives us a lot of pause when it comes to taking this business at its word for what will happen with trash disposal. Even though it hasn't opened it for operations yet, we see already that there is a pattern of real deep concerns in how they're operating their business or how they're operating the building. And again, we believe that those businesses are owned essentially by the same person or controlled thereby the same person. So I will, that concludes our exhibits, and I'll sort of leave it to the question portion in order for you to ask any questions or for the opposing counsel to ask any questions about those findings. But we think that there is sufficient cause here for the board to be very concerned about the integrity of the licensing process, and it would be derelict in its duty to not license a public nuisance if it were not to look into these discrepancies and to continue to sort of pretend that everything is okay. There is real indications here of misrepresentations before the board that are material, and there's a motive for these individuals to misrepresent the ownership relationships that they have. That's the conclusion of what I have to say about my exhibits.
Thank you, sir. You can close your screen.
Okay.
Where's Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson. Ma'am, do you know where Mr. Jackson is? Can you call him to find out where he is on? Miss Zebane, do you know where Mr. Jackson is? Can you call him to find out where he is? Miss Zebane, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Can you call to find out where Mr. Jackson is?
Okay.
I just elevated him, Chairman.
Oh, I didn't have access.
How do you mean you didn't have access, Mr. Jackson?
No,
We're
he just
having a
elevated
hearing.
me.
I
was watching and listening, but I couldn't access the camera.
But how did you disappear, Mr. Jackson? We were all here listening to it. We were all here. So
I was listening.
how did you? I'm sorry?
I was listening. I saw the whole thing, but I couldn't access my camera.
Do you have any questions you wish to ask, sir?
Yes. As far as the evidence and documentation that you have, sir, did you speak with the applicant concerning anything about ownership?
Yeah, sure. I haven't actually gotten a chance to speak with the applicant pretty much at all. I mean, I know that this isn't admissible in these proceedings because we're not allowed to talk about what happened in mediation, but you should know because you were there, that there have been issues communicating directly with the applicant because she, previous to this hearing, claimed not to know English. And so we were not able to communicate with her directly. We communicated with you, as you know.
Okay, right. And when you were speaking with the applicant, didn't we come to terms with some of the
So again, we did not speak with the applicant. We spoke with you. And
No.
I'm not allowed to talk about what happened in mediation in these proceedings. It's not
I
permitted.
talk about mediation. I'm talking about you and I. Did we come to an agreement?
We haven't
as
spoken
to-
outside of mediation, you and I.
Yes, we have. I sent you a copy of the draft of the settlement agreement you asked for.
Okay, so that's not speaking, but yes, we did receive that file.
Okay, and did that settlement agreement or draft settlement agreement answer all of your questions or concerns that you had with the establishment?
No, which is why we had a second mediation session.
All right, well, clearly the parties were unable to settle this matter. That's why we're in the middle of a protest here. And so let's move on.
Okay.
Mr. Jackson.
Okay, and as far as the trash, the photo of the trash that you presented, do you know if that trash came out of B&B Convenience?
No, but I do know that based on when Vanessa said she signed her lease for B&B Convenience, it was during that time frame.
Could you repeat that, please? I didn't hear you.
I'm saying that Vanessa said she signed her lease on February 1st of this year, and that picture is dated. So you can see that it is within the time frame that she was a lessee for that property.
Okay, which was before the protest, correct?
Yes, that was before the protest. Yeah.
Okay, no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Any questions by any board members? I don't have any questions. All right. Do you rest, sir?
Are you speaking to me? Sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Did you repeat that? What did you say?
No, I said you rest. That was it. You don't have any more evidence to put forward. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I think that I've presented enough.
All
I
right.
don't want to overwhelm it.
All right. So where we are now, it's for the parties to close. And so at closing, I need you to be specific what it is that is being requested of the board. So you go first, Mr. Jackson.
Yes. Based upon the evidence that was submitted and the exhibits that were submitted, I do not believe that it showed that the establishment had an adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet, which is the protest issues. And I would like for the application to be processed and the license granted.
Thank you. Mr. Abagashi, what is it that you want the board to do in closing?
I mean, in closing, we are asking the board to deny this license for lack of applicant fitness. It is clear to us that there are unresolved issues of who is the true and actual owner of this establishment. We have other individuals who are current licensees that have been licensees for years that should know better than to get involved with another license and have this much control over the decision making, over the naming, over the setup and conception of a business that they know they are not allowed to manage in any sort of capacity. They haven't been forthcoming with the board in terms of reporting all of these connections. We've seen already that the investigator in this case was new to the process of investigating, and because of that, there might have been some deficiencies in that report that were noted earlier in this proceeding, but also I think really sort of prejudiced against us as the protestants because we were never able to explain any of this to him, and it would have been nice to be able to use the tools that are available to the board to investigate this in a more comprehensive way, because this is just from what we've been able to find in public filings as lay people. It's clear enough from those filings that there is something going on here that I can only imagine what the board would be able to find were it to investigate. This doesn't just implicate this application, it obviously implicates several other licensees that are currently licensed. So we would also ask the board to launch an investigation that looks at those licensees as well as a part of this organization. We understand that these are serious allegations. We believe that the evidence that we presented is compelling and shows some real questions as to how this ended up being the case. We still don't know why that email address was included as a recipient from the email from Kendra. We have seen a lot of overlap between these email addresses and contact information that is listed for various members of what is essentially a, in business terms, a cartel of related businesses that are not declaring their actual relationships in order to gain an unfair market advantage. And that's something that is clearly prohibited by the law and that the board is required not to issue a license in the case that that evidence like this is found. We believe that licensure in this case would be unlawful and would be a failure of the board to do its duty to protect the public and the integrity of the process. We believe that ever since S&G Wine and Liquors back in 2021, this group of applicants, group of licensees, has knowingly misled the board. And if it is allowed to continue again in this instance, it will only continue to happen. The network will grow. Other people will be involved. And we've already seen from what little that we've been able to find evidence that that is the case, that's happening. There is an ambition to grow as well. So we're asking the board to step in very strongly, use its authority, and act as the regulator that it's tasked with being, and not let this continue any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. The record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings and fact and conclusion of law or waive their right to do so?
Waive the right.
Could you explain just what that means? Sorry.
Mean that you would review the evidence, you'd wait for the transcript, review the evidence and said these are the facts that were presented and this is what the law says. I mean, in this particular case, since you're the only one who testified, I'm not sure, but that's the right.
Okay, yeah, I think we're fine with that then.
Thank you. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 25 PRO 00075 B&B Convenience and more, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 25 PRO 00075 B&B Convenience and more for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today. The board will issue a decision in 75 days. Thank you. Have a great day. All right, so let me close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on September 24th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct, or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for September 24th, as published in the DC Register on September 19th. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
And I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing board bulletin board, hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar, on ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. We'd like to thank the members of the public who participated in our hearings today, and also the members of our board. I now ask, since we're now adjourned from our public session, I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you.